Chapter 450. Sometimes it feels good to comprehend the Tao, and sometimes it feels good to comprehend the Tao. This feeling is really wonderful. Compared to when I first started comprehending the Tao, there's not much difference. Because I can't control it subjectively, the effect is even greater. The only pity is that it consumes too much soul energy. ZUS sighed. He felt a little regretful, but he also felt that it was natural. The effect of comprehending the Tao was unquestionable. After using it, the price to pay would naturally be greater. Next, it is time for me to improve my alchemy skills. With the strength of an advanced second-grade alchemist, it is still not enough to attract the attention of the Qingshu sect. The Nine Suns alchemy method can directly improve my alchemy skills to the level of an advanced third-grade alchemist. I think it is enough. Ziyue had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Without hesitation, he chose to improve his alchemy skills. Consuming 539,5621 points of soul energy, the Nine Suns alchemy method can be improved to perfection. Improved. Ziyue was slightly stunned. He secretly thought that the Nine Suns alchemy method could directly improve his alchemy skills to the advanced third grade. It consumed a lot of soul energy. It was only a little bit less than the magic method. However, he did not hesitate too much and directly chose to improve it. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of mysterious understandings of alchemy, changes in medicinal theory, methods of controlling flames, methods of using alchemy techniques, and the understanding of controlling spiritual energy in the alchemy furnace, countless experiences and innumerable methods and techniques related to alchemy were all deeply imprinted in his mind, flowing like a river. As for him, it was as if he had really gone through 10,000 times, 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times of continuous alchemy. He knew many alchemy methods like the back of his hand, and he was confident that he could deal with almost all the problems he encountered in alchemy. Inexplicably, there was a calmness on his body, as if he would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. The Nine Suns alchemy method has reached perfection, and my alchemy skills have also officially broken through and reached the level of an advanced third-grade alchemist. Ziyue could not help but smile. He knew that his alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds. It was not the same as before. With my current alchemy skills, if I were to refine the Aperture Awakening pill again, the success rate and the quality of the pills would be much higher than before. In that case, Su Jia is really lucky. If he had come a day earlier, he wouldn't have been able to get such good treatment. With this thought in mind, he did not rush to refine the pill. Instead, his gaze landed on the ancient moon armament refining method. This refining technique was also related to the refinement of his natal magic treasure, so he naturally had to pay attention to it. Spend 3,489,652 soul points to upgrade the Guyu refining method to perfection. Upgrade. Ziyue immediately chose to level up. All of a sudden, the application of refining techniques, the combination of materials, the fusion of spiritual energy, the control of flames, refining techniques, and so on flowed into his mind. In just a short period of time, it was as if he had gone through tens or hundreds of years of hard work. His artifact refining technique improved rapidly. Very quickly, he went from a beginner first-grade weapon refiner to a beginner third-grade weapon refiner. Sure enough, my original plan to refine my life source magic treasure seems to be a lot more crude now that my refining ability has increased to the early stage of the third grade. The combination of materials is also very unreasonable. Moreover, if I want to use the half of the primordial soul realm demon bone as the main material, I have to infuse it with a suitable fourth-grade spirit water. Most importantly, if I want to refine this half of the primordial soul realm demon bone, the temperature of my furnace of 10,000 flames is indeed somewhat insufficient. Even if I use some supplementary techniques to increase the temperature of my flames, it can only barely reach the temperature of refining a fourth-grade high-level material. And this demon bone is a fifth-grade spirit material. Ziyue frowned. Using a 5th grade spirit material as the main material to refine a natal magic treasure was enough to raise the potential and power of his magic treasure to the extreme. But correspondingly, the difficulty of refining it was also much higher than that of ordinary magic treasures. The most important thing was that the temperature of the flames was insufficient. But if it was possible, he was naturally unwilling to settle for the second best. Therefore, if I really want to use this primordial soul realm demon bone as the main material to refine my natal magic treasure, there are only 2 ways. The first is to continue increasing the power of my spirit fire to the point where it can refine the primordial soul realm demon bone. The second is to ask an expert of the golden core realm and above to use their golden core primordial fire to refine this spirit material. It's just that the difficulty of both these methods is extremely high. Ziyue shook his head slowly. He would not consider the second method at all. That was because a natal magic treasure was something that belonged only to him and could not be tainted by the aura of others. Even if there was a method to isolate it, if the other party was slightly careless, all his previous efforts might be wasted and an accident might occur. He naturally could not tolerate any accidents. Therefore, the most reliable method was to increase the power of his spirit fire to the point where it could refine the primordial soul realm demon bone. The 10,000 flames furnace of remarkable power was a remarkable power with unlimited potential. It could continue fusing with the flames to increase its power. However, with the current power of the flame, ordinary spiritual fire was not enough to further improve it. Only the natal demonic fire of a big demon with fire property whose strength had reached the god realm or above, or the inextinguishable fire of heaven and earth that was born by the earth and nurtured by the earth, naturally burning and inextinguishable, especially the fire of heaven and earth. With the help of the natal demonic fire of demonic beasts, he would need at least 3 or 4 of them to upgrade his 10,000 flames furnace to the point where it could be compared to the golden core primordial fire of an expert of the golden core realm. But the fire of heaven and earth was born with some magical properties of the fire element and was at least of the 3rd grade. Once it was fused with his 10,000 flames furnace, it would definitely be able to break through the limits and increase the power of his 10,000 flames furnace greatly. But he shook his head again. The fire of heaven and earth was a true treasure of heaven and earth. It was rare and hard to find, and he did not have high hopes for it. At most, I'll wait until I enter the Qingshu sect. Anyway, there is a golden origin fire in the Qingshu sect. Although it is not the fire of heaven and earth, with the help of the golden origin, it is extremely powerful and comparable to the golden core primordial fire of an expert of the golden core realm. It is enough to melt my half of the primordial soul realm demon bone. Ziyue thought to himself and was not too anxious. Consume 19,856 points of spiritual energy to upgrade Chimen Dunjia to perfection. Upgrade. In the end, by Ziyue raised his formation Dao art, Chimen Dunjia, to perfection. Immediately, his formation Dao improved correspondingly, and he became an advanced Grade 1 formation master. He also had a corresponding understanding of formation Dao and knew how to use it. He was no longer like before, when he could only set up formation Dao according to the formation diagram. I have 16 million spiritual energy left. I'll store it for the time being. I have to leave enough spiritual energy to exchange for time, to comprehend Dao, so that I can create the next cultivation method. Ziyue thought to himself, but did not hesitate. He walked directly and soon arrived at the Earth Fire Elixir refining room. At this moment, he finally decided to officially start refining the enlightening elixir. The Earth Fire Elixir refining room was very spacious. Other than a flame opening that was connected to the Earth Fire, there was only a standard elixir furnace that was a low-grade spiritual weapon. This earth fire and elixir furnace are of some help to a 2nd-grade elixir refining master, but they are not of much use to me. Ziyue glanced at the flame opening, and his heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, a type of spiritual material for refining the acupoint, awakening elixir appeared beside him. Without triggering the power of the earth fire, Ziyue reached out and waved his hand. Buzz! A four-colored flame immediately rushed out from his body. It was like an evil dragon roaring as it swept across the room. The temperature in the elixir refining room immediately soared. Superpower 10,000 flames furnace. At that moment, it was by Ziyue who had unleashed the 10,000 flames furnace and triggered the four-colored flames within. With just a thought, the flames started to spin. Under by Ziyue's control, it was as if he was controlling his own arm. The surrounding temperature seemed to be locked down as well, and there was not a single bit of heat escaping. Go! Ziyue's gaze fell on a piece of black wood that looked like a wrought tan. This was the black wood. It contained the black wood and was one of the necessary ingredients for refining the enlightening elixir. In an instant, the black wood rushed out and landed on the four-colored flame. Whoosh! The flame engulfed the black wood and melted it in the blink of an eye. Then, he extracted the black wood's chi from it. Immediately after, Ziyue's divine telekinesis moved again. Immediately, spiritual materials were controlled by him and rushed into the four-colored flame. The whole process was very easy and comfortable. Under the control of his divine telekinesis, the four-colored flame was really like dough. It could change according to his will and change into any shape that he wanted. The temperature could also perfectly meet his requirements without any deviation. Moreover, he did not use the elixir refining furnace during the whole process. He only used his control of the flame to refine and process the spiritual materials, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. All kinds of spiritual powers and the essence of the spiritual materials were also guided by him and merged continuously. It's too easy. With my current abilities as an advanced third-grade elixir refining master, refining the enlightening elixir is really easy. I can see all the changes in the process. Ziyue's face was calm, and he looked extremely relaxed. Under his control, the spiritual materials that were thrown in continuously merged in an orderly manner. They were like spirits that were scattered in the flame. They merged in twos, threes merged in twos, and sometimes merged again after they separated. There were always changes, and it was complicated and ever-changing. However, it was not messy at all. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. A glint flashed across by Ziyue's eyes. The elixir is done. Buzz! In an instant, a spiritual elixir the size of a large bowl spun in the flame. There were even some faint black lines that escaped as the spiritual elixir spun. Then, they were burned by the flame and burned to ashes. Divide! Ziyue used the elixir refining technique at last. Elixir refining technique. Chi-Chi. In an instant, the bowl-sized spiritual elixir immediately divided. 1 divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. It was only when the elixir was 15% complete that it could no longer continue. Chapter 451. Done in one go, 15 pills are formed. Bai Ziyue pointed slightly and casually performed the elixir collecting art. The awakening elixirs immediately rushed out of the flame as if they were being summoned. They were drawn into a spirit elixir gourd at the right time. He kept the last 3 orifices awakening elixirs. This was the reward he had agreed on with Su Jia, so he naturally had to take it. With my current ability as a third-grade high-stage alchemist, I'm indeed much stronger than when I was a second-grade high-stage alchemist. Not only is it easier to refine, the awakening pills that I originally planned to refine in 3 days only took 3 hours to complete. My speed has increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, the quality of this batch of awakening pills is extremely high. Although there are still impurities, they are extremely small, within 1% or 2%. Some are even close to none and can be called treasures. Generally speaking, as long as the impurities are within 30%, it can guarantee a 30% chance of breaking through to the awakening stage. But these pills that I've refined can increase it by 50%. Bai Ziyue gently pinched an aperture awakening elixir. There was still a trace of fire chi in the elixir, which made it seem a little hot. However, he did not care about it at all. After identifying it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. casually putting away the other 3 awakening pills. Ziyue still felt a bit unsatisfied. After a slight pause, he could not help but say to himself, "There isn't much time left until the Qingsu Summit officially begins. And if I want to make a name for myself and attract the attention of the Qingsu sect, this summit is indeed a rare opportunity. Therefore, I can only refine as many spirit pills as possible. I can only refine some high-quality spirit pills. Only then will I be able to cause a sensation. After all, the influence of Su Jia, Qiu Dasheng, and the others is limited. It just so happens that I already have a shop, Kunlun Pavilion, so I'll use this as a starting point to strengthen my reputation." Thinking like this, he immediately stopped hesitating and slightly waved his hand, summoning the pill refining furnace over. Constantly using the 10,000 flames furnace consumed a lot of spiritual sense. If he wanted to refine for a long time, of course he would need to use the earth fire and the pill refining furnace to save energy. What he planned to refine next was the bottleneck breaking pill, which was only slightly less precious than the enlightening pill. It just so happened that the materials of the enlightening elixir and the bottleneck breaking elixir overlapped a lot. In addition, most of the materials given by Su Jia were double, so he didn't need to deliberately collect them. At most, he just needed to supplement with his own collection, which was enough. During his trip to the 100,000 Mountains, Ziyue had collected too many spiritual materials. There were already more than 300 types of third-grade spiritual materials and above. The number and types of first- and second-grade spiritual materials were in the tens of thousands. Any combination would be enough to meet his requirements. One had to know that alchemists of the third grade and above were not only good at alchemy, but also their understanding and control of pharmacology. In the immortal spell world, there were countless pill recipes. However, due to the difference in time and place of production, there would often be situations where it was difficult to gather all the ingredients. Naturally, it would be difficult for the spirit pill to take shape. However, alchemists of the third grade and above could accurately determine the characteristics of the ingredients through their control and understanding of pharmacology. From there, they could find substitutes and successfully refine the spirit pill. With Ziyue's strength as an advanced third-grade alchemist, his control in this aspect was deeper than the average third-grade alchemist. Even if he didn't have suitable spiritual materials, he could successfully refine the spirit pill. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem for him to spend a certain amount of time to optimize the pill recipe and create a more advanced spirit pill. Soon, Ziyue began to refine. Bottleneck breaking elixir, cleansing elixir, vitality elixir. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the third day, Su Jia arrived as promised. Along with him were the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Dasheng, the head of the Wang family, Wang Dalong, and the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Ru. After a round of greetings, Ziyue invited them to take a seat in the living room. Seeing the cautious look on their faces, especially Su Jia, who was looking forward to it but also a little nervous, he couldn't help but laugh. He took the lead and said, "You must be here for the orifice's enlightening elixir, right?" A trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on the faces of Su Jia and the others. Obviously, he had guessed their thoughts. Ziyue didn't care. He just waved his hand, and a spirit pill gourd was thrown out. This is Su Jia's heart skipped a beat. He was faintly looking forward to it. "The orifice's enlightening elixir," Ziyue said calmly. "The elixir is 15% complete. I deducted 3 of them as compensation. The remaining 12 are all inside." 12? A total of 15 elixirs. Everyone's eyes widened as they sucked in a breath of cold air. As the heads of the cultivation families who had to worry about the orifice's enlightening elixir almost every year, they naturally knew what it meant to have 15% complete. It should be known that even an ordinary third-grade alchemist could only produce 11 or 12% of the orifice's enlightening elixir in a furnace. Occasionally, there would be a mistake and it would be less than 10%. 15% was already the limit of a furnace of orifice's enlightening elixir. It was almost impossible to produce more than 15%. However, Ziyue had produced 15% of the elixirs in one refining session. At this time, Su Jia hurriedly and carefully opened the spirit pill gourd and poured out a spirit pill. Until now, he could still feel the warmth contained in the spirit pill. After a brief identification, he suddenly exclaimed, "Advanced second grade." No, the impurities are still less than 1%. This is a second-grade transcendent spirit pill, a second-grade transcendent orifices enlightening elixir. As he spoke, Su Jia hurriedly poured out all the spirit pills in the gourd and identified them one by one. Immediately, his face flushed with excitement, and he said incoherently, "It's all of them. The worst is an advanced second-grade spirit pill, and there are 4 transcendent second-grade spirit pills. Are they really for me?" Xiao Dashang, Wang Dalong, Zhang Ru, and the others were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Xiao Dashang even said sourly, "If you don't want them, you can give them to me." Su Jia's heart tightened. He laughed and hurriedly put all the spirit pills into his storage bag. He was extremely satisfied with this batch of elixirs. He had estimated that he would be able to produce 10 elixirs. It would be good enough if he could get 7. In the end, he had produced 15 elixirs. Even if he deducted the 3 that Ziyue took, he would still have 12 elixirs. Moreover, these 12 elixirs were of extremely high quality. Just thinking about this made him excited. Ordinary awakening elixirs could only guarantee a 30% chance of awakening at most. However, the batch in his hands had very few impurities. The probability of awakening at least increased to 50%. The 4 transcendent second-grade spirit pills, in particular, were extremely rare. They were far more valuable than ordinary awakening elixirs. They could be said to be treasures that could be passed down for hundreds of years. Xiao Dashang and the others glanced at Su Jia with hidden bitterness before quickly turning their gazes to Bai Ziyue. They stammered, "Senior, these are the materials we've gathered. We've already gathered everything, put them down." Ziyue naturally knew what they were thinking. He would not go back on his word. Therefore, he nodded and said straightforwardly, "Thank you, Senior." "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Dashang and the others were overjoyed. They hurriedly put down the storage bags that contained the materials for refining the spirit pills. They were really afraid that Ziyue would reject them. After all, his alchemy skills were too strong. He was so strong that even they were shocked by his strength. An alchemist who could refine 15 elixirs, and each of them was at the high second grade. Some of them were even at the transcendent second grade. He was definitely not an ordinary third-grade alchemist. He was at least at the high third grade, or even fourth grade. It was said that there was only one such alchemist in the whole Qingshu sect, and he did not have much time left. It wasn't something that they could afford to hire. However, we're not in a hurry. We don't dare to delay your participation in the Qingshu Summit. The Qingshu Summit will last for a month. It won't be too late for you to help us refine elixirs a month later. Then, they all spoke one after another. They seemed to be very tactful. When will the Qingshu Summit begin? Ziyue asked casually. It'll officially begin tomorrow. Then there's still time. Let's not wait. I'll help you refine elixirs first. You just need to wait for a few hours. Ziyue directly interrupted. A few hours, is that enough? Xiao Dashang asked weakly. We're not in a hurry. It's okay to wait for a month. Wang Dalong and Zhang Ru on the side also hurriedly said. Only Su Jia, at this time, looked at them with a strange face, feeling a little ridiculous. He suddenly remembered that he had asked the same question like them before. Then he remembered the residual warmth he felt when he touched the enlightening elixir. He suddenly realized that Kunlun Sr. seemed to have finished refining the elixirs before today. It just so happens that my alchemy skills have improved. Although it's a little difficult to refine the elixirs with 3 materials, it's not a big problem. It won't take long. Ziyue said. Without hesitation, he picked up the 3 storage bags and went directly to the earth-fire alchemy room. What do you think? What level has Kunlun Sr.'s alchemy skills reached? Above 3rd grade. High 3rd grade. Maybe he has reached 4th grade? Suddenly, everyone was stunned. They saw a trace of agreement in each other's eyes. Of course, they also knew that the probability was not high. After all, Zue's cultivation was still in the divine realm. There was a certain limit. Without the golden core, true fire, it was difficult to melt spiritual materials above 4th grade and refine 4th grade elixirs. However, they also believed that even if Zue was not a 4th grade alchemist, he was definitely one of the top 3rd grade alchemists. They were really lucky to be able to rely on such a thigh. It was also a big opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. With a rumbling sound, the door of the Earth Fire Alchemy room opened. Chapter 452. Then, they saw Zue's figure walking out of the Earth Fire Elixir refining room. "Senior, how is it?" Qiu Dashang and the others' hearts tightened, and they couldn't help but approach. "Don't worry," Zue said slowly. He waved his hand, and 3 elixir gourds flew out and landed in the hands of Qiu Dashang, Wang Dalong, and Zhang Ru. There are a total of 45 elixirs in one refining session. I've troubled Family Head Qiu a lot, and Family Head Qiu took the initiative to pay the rent, so I'll waive the payment this time. The 15 elixirs are all in the elixir gourds. As for Family Head Wang and Family Head Zhang, according to the rules, I'll take 30% of the payment and take 4 elixirs from each of you. Do you agree? Zue clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred and said the rules clearly. "Senior, thank you for your kindness," Qiu Dashang said excitedly. "Agree, of course we agree. Senior's noble character and unquestionable integrity are admirable. Speaking of which, we're the ones who got the advantage. 30% is actually not enough." Zhang Ru thanks Senior here, Wang Dalong and Zhang Ru hurriedly said with a grateful expression. However, at the same time, they couldn't help looking at Qiu Dashang with envy. The advance payment for the rent was only 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, the value of the 4 extra aperture enlightening elixirs was more than 200,000, especially the elixirs made by Zue. They were of high quality and were worth more than ordinary elixirs. One elixir was worth 100,000. This was at least 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. By the way, Senior, you left in a hurry just now, so we didn't have time to tell you. The Qingshu Summit is about to begin, and the brochure of the Qingshu auction has been released. Other than the Awakening Elixir, the reason we came here this time is to give you this atlas. At this moment, Su Jia hurriedly took a step forward and said, "Brochure." Zue was slightly surprised. The Qingshu auction is held once every 10 years. It includes all kinds of rare items and treasures collected by the Qingshu sect. It also gathers all kinds of natural treasures, elixirs, magic treasures, formation diagrams, cultivation methods from sects, cultivator families, immortal powers, and thousands of rogue cultivators in the Cloud Mountain range. There are a lot of them, and a lot of them. In order to expand his influence, he wanted to attract more cultivators to come and bid. That was why there were people who specially produced brochures. The production cost of this atlas was not low. Generally, only the mountain sects with God Realm experts could be sent by the Qingshu sect. Senior's name isn't well known, and you're a newcomer. They only sent it over after we reported to the auction house. As for forces like us who don't have deity realm experts to oversee them, we can only use our own money to purchase them. A single portion would cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. Qiu Dashang hurriedly explained. I have to say that the Qingshu auction was extremely successful. His reputation was also excellent. After hundreds of years, the scope of influence had even expanded beyond the cloud-piercing mountain range. In the last auction, there were even powerhouses from the Gusha mountain range who came specially. The treasures being auctioned were naturally extremely precious. Low-grade Dharma artifacts and spiritual artifacts would almost never appear in the auction. However, there was no lack of Dharma artifacts used by experts in the Divine Realm or even the Gold Core Realm. There were all kinds of 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and even 4th grade elixirs. Especially 4th grade elixirs, even Gold Core Realm Masters would fight for them. There were also many strange and wonderful methods, including the cultivation methods of the Gold Core Realm, powerful magic arts, and divine abilities. Precious materials, precious spiritual materials, all kinds of heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, almost everything is available. Wang Dalong also encouraged at the side. The auction, like the summit, will last for a month. During this period, the cultivators who participate in the auction can freely enter and leave with the Qingshu token. In other words, they can participate and leave at any time. It's very convenient. It said that this time, the auction collected and auctioned more than 3,000 kinds of items, and as time goes by, the number of treasures may increase. It's really a grand event. Zhang Ru couldn't help but explain at last. Ziyue had planned to participate in the Qingshu auction this time, so he also listened with interest. He suddenly felt that the Qingshu sect had quite a business mind. In this month, regardless of other things, countless cultivators gathered in Blood Peak City. Whether it was clothing, food, housing, or transportation, they all needed to spend spirit stones to buy all kinds of materials, auction all kinds of treasures, and invest a huge amount of wealth. Even Ziyue himself, didn't he spend 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to rent this cave residence? Not to mention the more than 3 million low-grade spirit stones he spent to buy the shop. For ordinary cultivators, a single trip here would cost them 10 years' worth of savings. Almost the entire Blood Peak City belonged to the Qingshu sect. In the end, the Qingshu sect was the one who earned the most in the end. Then, Zhe stretched out his hand to take the brochure. This brochure was a special kind of jade map eyes. Its appearance was bigger than ordinary ones, but there was actually a lot of information recorded. Ziyue's spiritual will swept over it, and the information inside immediately flowed into his mind. There are indeed a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I've never even heard of some of them, let alone seen them. But what is recorded should only be a part of all the treasures. In total, only 500 kinds of treasures were selected and recorded in the brochure. Ziyue's thoughts turned, and he carefully read the introduction information of the treasures. It really gave birth to a kind of eye-opening feeling. He was also envious of the gold core magic treasures, fourth-grade elixirs, cultivation methods of the gold core stage, and mysterious magical powers. Suddenly, when Ziyue saw the introduction of the two heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the brochure, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt a burst of excitement. Fire of heaven and earth, millennium ice heart fire. Fourth-grade spirit water, pinnacle life water. Wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but find it without any effort. I didn't expect to find the fire of heaven and earth to increase the flame power of the furnace of 10,000 flames, and the fourth-grade spirit water to refine the life source magic treasure. I didn't expect to find them in this auction. He couldn't help but be happy, and was even more determined to participate in the auction. However, these two treasures, the fourth-grade spirit water, pinnacle life water, is relatively less used, and there shouldn't be many people competing for it. But this millennium ice heart fire is the fire of heaven and earth. For alchemists and weapon refiners, and other cultivators who need to refine the power of the flame, it is too useful. And no matter alchemists or weapon refiners, they must be rich people. The competition is bound to be great. But for the fire of heaven and earth, I am determined to get it. In terms of financial resources, I won't be afraid of anyone. Ziyue thought silently, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know why the Qingshu sect was even willing to take out the fire of heaven and earth. After all, there were many alchemists and weapon refiners in the Qingshu sect. But he had already made up his mind to get these two treasures. Because this matter was related to the refining of his life source magic treasure, he was not willing to give up easily. In the sky, two majestic flood dragons with golden horns on their heads and bodies covered in scales roared like angry dragons as they flew above the clouds. Behind these two flood dragons, there were two reins. Coincidentally, the reins were wrapped around the two flood dragons' bodies, and the back half was a palanquin like a carriage. The outside of the palanquin looked small, but there seemed to be another world inside, like a small palace. A middle-aged cultivator with a delicate face, dressed in a red Taoist robe, was sitting in the palace. He only had 2 long strands of beard above his mouth. On both sides of him, there were 2 cultivators, a male and a female, carefully waiting on him. Suddenly, the middle-aged cultivator opened his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What boundary is it?" "Master, we are already near Jujing Peak and will arrive at Blood Mountain City soon." The young male cultivator beside him said with a respectful face. "Good." The middle-aged cultivator nodded, but a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. "This time I want to ask Jin Fushue, what does he do as a field elder?" The two disciples lowered their heads slightly, not daring to answer. Their master could directly call an elder by name, but they were only in the middle or late stage of the enlightenment stage, so they did not dare to do so. However, they also knew in their hearts that it was no wonder their master was so angry. As early as 30 years ago, when their master, Immortal Elixir Monarch, had raised his alchemy ability from the early stage of the 3rd grade to the middle stage of the 3rd grade, he had publicly issued a mission to search for the fire of heaven and earth in the Qingshu sect. As a field elder, Immortal Fushue presided over the Qingshu summit and managed the Qingshu auction. Naturally, he had been informed by their master to pay attention to the news about the fire of heaven and earth. As a result, when their master saw the information about the fire of heaven and earth openly introduced in the brochure of the Qingshu auction, he immediately became furious. The fire of heaven and earth that he had been searching for 30 years was unexpectedly auctioned off after it was found by someone from his own sect. Could it be that the treasures in the Qingshu auction were so scarce that even such a rare treasure like the fire of heaven and earth was put up for auction? Could it be that his alchemy elder of the Pill Treasure Hall, who was almost appointed as the next master of the Pill Treasure Hall, was not valued to this extent? He was determined to have a good talk with Immortal Fushue. At the very least, he would remove the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire from the list of the auction. Anyway, the auction had not officially started yet, so there was still time. The 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire could and would only belong to him, Immortal Elixir Monarch. No one else could touch it. After 30 minutes, the carriage pulled by 2 flood dragons directly landed in the Blood Mountain City. Then the middle-aged cultivator did not stop at all and went straight to the top of the huge Blood Mountain. "Jin Fushue, I think you have to give me an explanation for something." Immortal Elixir Monarch quickly found Immortal Fushue and said with a gloomy face. Chapter 453. What brings you here, Taoist Danjun? Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Jin Fushue was a stout, middle-aged Taoist. He looked at the angry Taoist Danjun and said with a smile, "Don't put on an act with me." Taoist Danjun snorted and said angrily, "I told you to pay attention to the news of the worldly fire 30 years ago. If I didn't happen to see the brochure of the auction, I wouldn't have known that the worldly fire had appeared and was collected by our Qingshu sect. Tell me, what do you mean by this? Don't you owe me an explanation? Are you blaming me, Taoist Danjun?" The smile on Taoist Richwater's face suddenly disappeared, and a dangerous aura was emitted from his body. "What? Do you want to fight?" Taoist Danjun mocked. "I wouldn't dare. It's just that it's normal for the auction to collect treasures and put them up for auction. The worldly fire was handled by my subordinates. After an evaluation, it was confirmed that it could attract some cultivators and was then put on the brochure. As for fellow Taoist's order, it's my negligence. I apologize to Taoist Danjun here." Taoist Richwater retracted his aura and explained with flickering eyes. "I don't care if you were really negligent or deliberately making things difficult. I only have one request. Remove the 1,000-year Ice Heart Flame from the auction and hand it over to me. Then, I'll consider this matter over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless when I take over the Pill Treasure Hall." Taoist Danjuan's face turned solemn, and he said bluntly, "The 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire has already been put on the brochure, and thousands of cultivators have seen it. We can't just withdraw it and give it to you because of your words. It will affect the reputation of the auction. Not to mention that you're not the Pill Treasure Hall master yet. Even if you are, you can't afford to take responsibility. Also, I can't afford to owe you, Taoist Elixir Lord." Taoist Richwater's face darkened, and he replied coldly, "Are you sure you won't withdraw it?" Taoist Danjuan's face changed. "There's nothing I can do," Taoist Richwater replied. "All right, I'll remember it. Taoist Danjun threw a cold glance at Taoist Rich Water, snorted angrily, then turned and left. Isn't it a bit of a loss to offend the future head of the Pill Treasure Hall of your Qingsu sect? At this moment, a white-haired Taoist with a youthful complexion wearing a light green Taoist robe and a 9-star god token on his waist walked out from behind a screen and said, "You also said that he's only the future head of the Pill Treasure Hall." However, whether or not that was the case was still uncertain. What's more, do you think that just because I didn't offend him, I'll be able to get away with it? In recent years, when he was in charge of the distribution of spirit pills, he deducted a lot of our normal consumption of spirit pills. Many of our senior and junior brothers had to spend their own spirit stones to replenish their spirit pills because they didn't have enough. Back then, my nephew's dantian was damaged, so I asked him to refine a dust-fixing pill for me. Not only was his request harsh, he even gave it to his disciple for practice. If he had succeeded, I wouldn't have said anything. But he failed in the end. I had to beg true Monarch Red Dust for help. Only then was my nephew able to recover. As a third-grade mid-tier alchemist, he was indeed awe-inspiring, and countless people would beg him. However, did he ever think that there would be a time when he would ask me for help? Obviously, Taoist Rich Water had accumulated a lot of resentment and said with a cold smile, "I didn't expect that there would be so many dirty things in your sect." The old Taoist chuckled and said, "No matter what, don't forget about the cemetery in half a year. Once it's done, our chances of advancing to the Jindan stage will be much higher. Don't miss it. Don't worry. This is related to the Great Tao, so I won't forget." Taoist Rich Water said in a deep voice, "I haven't come out for a few days, but the number of cultivators in Blood Mountain City is obviously several times more than before. Most of the people in the crowd are above the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. There are also quite a number of enlightened immortal masters and divine perfected cultivators. Along the way, I've seen more than 10 divine perfected cultivators." Ziyue walked on the street with a calm expression, but thoughts flashed through his mind. Compared with it, he really felt the weakness of the ancient desolate realm. This city alone was far more than the experts in the entire ancient desolate realm. However, when he thought of the spiritual Qi environment in the ancient desolate realm and compared it with this place, he felt enlightened. "Senior." Qiu Dasang followed Ziyue closely and said, "That island in the lake is where the auction will be held. Don't be fooled by its small appearance. However, there is a summer universe formation set up by a 4th-grade array formation on the island, so the space inside is actually very wide." Ziyue looked at the island in the lake. It was indeed not big, but it was densely surrounded by arrays. There were also disciples of the Qingxu sect patrolling around with solemn faces. Occasionally, a divine perfected cultivator would show up, looking extremely solemn. Apart from other things, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. The Qingxu sect was indeed very attentive to the Qingxu summit that was held once in a decade. Look, suddenly, a cry of surprise came out. Then, in the void, there were flashes of light one after another. In the light, there were cultivators of the immortal cultivation method. They went against the sky restriction array of the Blood Mountain City and flew directly to the island in the lake. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qingxu sect just bowed slightly and let them go in and out. What a strong aura. These should be experts of the Golden Core realm above the Divine realm, right? Even if some of them are not Golden Core realm perfected cultivators, they're still experts among the Divine realm perfected cultivators. I saw several people with divine tokens hanging on their bodies, and their stars are not low. A group of voices came out, and all the cultivators' eyes were shining. Ziyue also looked at this group of cultivators, squinted his eyes slightly, and quietly used the big hole observation technique to investigate. Soon, he found out the strength of these people. There were 5 Golden Core realm perfected cultivators and 12 late-stage Divine Realm experts. Most of the 12 late-stage Divine Realm cultivators were wearing star tokens issued by the 9-star Tao Palace. This was the first time he had seen a star token, so he could not help but take a few more glances. With his eyesight, he could easily see that among these experts wearing star tokens, the least was 7-star, and there was no lack of 8-star and 9-star existences. 8 7-star, 3 8-star, and 1 9-star. Ziyue could not help but be surprised, and he had a better understanding of the influence of the 9-star Dao Palace. These are the few experts within a radius of 10,000 miles. There are both experts from sex and rogue cultivators. Su Jia said enviously from his side. Those who can fly against the sky restriction array are indeed not simple people. Ziyue nodded. With his strength, of course, he could do this. However, he naturally did not want to be in the limelight, and there was no need to. Soon, they followed the crowd and came to the entrance. Earlier, the group had already spent a high-grade spirit stone to leave their identity information and obtain an entry pass. Therefore, the cultivators guarding the entrance only checked briefly and allowed them to enter the palace on the island. A feeling of sudden enlightenment arose spontaneously. The inside of the palace was indeed much larger than it appeared from the outside. In particular, the decorations inside were magnificent, but there was a kind of quiet elegance. Each building was incomparably bright. Soon, Ziyue and the others entered a spacious room. In the entire Clear Void auction, there are a total of 10,000 rooms like this in addition to the auction hall. As long as the entry token is placed on a round table, the array will automatically sense it, and outsiders will not be able to enter at all. If we want to auction items, we do not need to bid like some small auctions. As long as we operate the Sumeru array, we can naturally use the array's power to transmit our voice and carry out the auction. These rooms were all about the same. After bidding for an item, the staff would quickly send it up. Once the spirit stones were cleaned, the staff would quickly send it up. After the spirit stones have been cleaned, we can directly leave or go to another empty room and continue the auction. Generally speaking, even the organizers find it difficult to determine who has bid for which treasure. This greatly ensures the safety of the bidders and correspondingly reduces the occurrence of killing and robbing. And this is one of the reasons why the Clear Void auction can become so big. Su Jia at the side explained. Ziyue nodded. In fact, he already knew this information when he received the entry token and touched it with his divine sense. The entire auction would last for a month. Naturally, there would be relatively few people who would stay at the auction all the time. Therefore, most of the treasures in the brochures would be specifically listed on the day of the auction. If each cultivator had a treasure they wanted, they could enter the auction on the day of the auction to auction it, and there would be no delay. Of course, there were only a few treasures in the brochures. Therefore, if one did not want to miss out on the treasures they wanted, it was naturally best to stay at the auction all the time. On this trip, Ziyue had the intention of familiarizing himself with the process of the auction. After all, the Grade 4 Spiritual Water, Pinnacle Life Water, and the 1,000-Year Ice Heart Flame would not be auctioned today. They would be released on the 5th and 10th days, respectively. Soon, the void vibrated, and the auction officially began. Su Jia quickly stepped forward and opened the illusory array in the room. In an instant, the first auction item appeared clearly in front of everyone. Beside the item was the auctioneer sent by the Qing Su sect, Venerable Wind Zither. Venerable Wind Zither. Welcome, fellow cultivators and seniors, to the once-in-a-decade Clear Void auction hosted by the Clear Void sect. I am the Clear Void sect's Venerable Wind Zither. After a series of introductions, Venerable Wind Zither spoke again. Next, let us introduce the first treasure. Chapter 454. Mysterious Underworld Rui Fan. This is an upper-grade magic treasure used by Master Xianming, who died 1,000 years ago. Once the fan is released, there will be mysterious underworld qi rushing out with infinite power. Moreover, this mysterious underworld Rui fan is a magic treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. At the critical moment, it can drive the mysterious underworld qi to protect the body. Its defensive power is not weaker than a protective magic. The starting price is 100 upper-grade spirit stones. Venerable Wind Harp picked up the magic treasure and demonstrated it slightly. Immediately, a ball of bone-piercing cold air swept out and easily froze the stone chair in front of him. When the breeze blew, it directly turned into powder. So powerful and so expensive. 100 upper-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Every increase in price will be 1 upper-grade spirit stone. Qiu Dasheng and the others looked at the mysterious underworld Rui fan in awe and were speechless at the price. This price is indeed a little unfriendly to some cultivators. Bai Ziyue nodded. He also didn't expect that the clear void auction would start with high-grade spirit stones as the starting unit. In fact, it has something to do with the value of the treasures. The mysterious underworld Rui fan is an upper-grade magic treasure. Most of the people who will be tempted to auction it are experts of the God realm and above. Naturally, they are very rich. Using lower-grade spirit stones as a unit of measurement may be a little disgrace to the status of these senior experts. 1 million or 2 million may sound intimidating, but it may be troublesome for those experts. Therefore, the price is directly set with upper-grade spirit stones. I guess later, the lower-grade spirit stones will be used as a unit of measurement for the lower-grade treasures. Su Jia could not help but explain. This was his second time participating in the Qingshu auction, so he knew more about it. Actually, this was not the first time that Qiu Dasheng and the others had participated in the Qingshu summit, but the majority of them were reluctant to spend a single high-grade spirit stone, so they had never entered the auction before. Naturally, they did not know much about the situation here. Most of them were just hearsay. This time, if they did not want to follow Ziyue closely and curry favor with him, they would probably still be reluctant to spend this money. That's normal. This is the style that we want. Ziyue nodded and said with a smile. Pretentious? Su Jia could not help but have some doubts on her face. However, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. The others pretended to understand and nodded. They also felt that the senior's words were very impressive. However, although the power of this mysterious underworld Rui fan is not bad, the so-called combination of offense and defense is mediocre in the eyes of a true expert. On the other hand, perfected Wind Zither was able to activate the power of this Dharma treasure without refining it, which surprised me. Such a method is not simple. Ziyue did not explain what he meant by pretentious, but he could not help but exclaim in admiration. It is said that Wind Harp Fairy cultivates the top cultivation method of the Qingshu sect, the heavenly primordial magic incantation. She has also mastered a divine power that borrows the power of the universe. She can borrow the power of the magic treasure itself to attack, so any magic treasure in her hands can display its power. It's very miraculous. Su Jia clearly had some understanding of venerable Wind Zither and hurriedly explained. Ziyue nodded lightly. This made sense. He naturally understood that the true use of borrowing the power of the universe was not as simple as borrowing the power of the magic treasure itself. However, he also felt that it was indeed very suitable for her to host the auction. 110 superior grade spirit stones, 150 superior grade spirit stones, 180 superior grade spirit stones. While Ziyue and the others were talking, the auction price also rose rapidly. In a short time, it soared to 300 superior grade spirit stones. In the end, the magic treasure was bought by someone like Ziyue and the others, who was in a secret room, for 370 superior grade spirit stones. There are too many people participating in such a large-scale auction. Under the contrast, the value of the treasures will naturally be much higher than usual. Ziyue silently compared and could not help but sigh. He was suddenly a little worried that he did not have enough spirit stones to buy the Pinnacle Life Water and the Millennium Ice Heart Fire. These two treasures were on the brochure, so it was imaginable that their value was relatively high, especially the Millennium Ice Heart Fire, which was the fire of heaven and earth. Even a golden core perfected lord would be tempted. Although he had a lot of spirit stones and was worth hundreds of millions, most of them were calculated in terms of the value of the treasures. He did not have a lot of spirit stones in reserve. After deducting the cost of buying the store, He was only left with about 5 million inferior-grade spirit stones and 500 superior-grade spirit stones. However, he was not too worried. His wealth was all treasures that could be converted into spirit stones. Unlike others, it was difficult to find someone willing to take over their businesses in a short time. Therefore, in the following auction, he was not stingy when he occasionally saw a few treasures that caught his eye. After a few hours, he spent more than 1 million inferior-grade spirit stones and had a few more spirit materials that could be used to perfect his natal magic treasure. Another thing worth mentioning was that during this period, there was a martial arts fist technique called the Great Tao Fist. It was said to be a sacred fist technique created by a 5-cheese unification expert, which was above the Khanate stage. It was not weak. He looked at it with interest and bid 300,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, it was clear that he was not the only one who was interested in this fist technique. It was hard to say whether there were some experts who practiced martial arts or some cultivator clans who practiced martial arts. They also needed this fist technique to increase their foundation and strength. Therefore, when the price of this fist technique rose to 500,000 inferior-grade spirit stones, he gave up. Through the first day of the auction, Ziyue had more or less discovered that the treasures on the brochure included almost all the relatively precious treasures in the Qingshu auction. The treasures that were not on the brochure were not necessarily bad, but in terms of preciousness, most of them were not as precious as those treasures. Therefore, in the next few days, Ziyue did not stay in the auction all day. Only in the afternoon, when the treasures were relatively precious, would he go to the isolated island in the lake to participate in the auction. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll and look at the various cultivation clans and individual cultivator stalls in the Blood Mountain City summit. On the third day, with the help of the art of observation, he was able to pick up a small bargain and buy a dusty third-grade spiritual material at the price of a first-grade spiritual material. This made him very happy for a while. In addition, Ziyue also went to various forces, subordinate shops of the sect, and even directly found the consignment office of the Qingshu auction. He sold many of the treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual materials, corpses of evil beasts, and other things that he did not need in the innumerable huge mountains and batches. Because of the large quantity and high value, it inevitably attracted some prying eyes. However, Ziyue was careful and showed that his strength was not weak, so it did not cause too much trouble. Then, on the fifth day, he successfully bought the Pinnacle Life Water at the price of 275 upper-grade spirit stones. In this way, he completely had the materials to refine the natal magic weapon. Now, the only thing missing was the fire of heaven and earth, the 1,000-year icy heart fire. At the same time, he also bought 2 cultivation methods of the divine realm and a bottle of bloodline elixir, a middle-grade second-grade elixir. The 2 cultivation methods of the divine realm were the Qing Xiandao formula and the Purple Qi Grandsong formula. These 2 cultivation methods were not very good, but of course they were not bad, but he did not intend to practice them. Now he planned to enter the Qingshu sect, hoping to use the cultivation methods stored in the Qingshu sect as resources to create his own cultivation methods. But in fact, he did not put all his hope in the Qingshu sect. Naturally, he would make other arrangements and preparations. Storing as many cultivation methods of the divine realm as possible was one of them. The 2 cultivation methods cost him a total of 120 upper-grade spirit stones. Although it was a little expensive, he did not have any thoughts of reluctance. As for the bottle of bloodline elixir, a middle-grade second-grade elixir, in fact, it was a kind of elixir to refine the blood of spirit beasts to break through the shackles of the realm. This period happened to be the critical moment of the Black Puppy's advancement. But he saw that although the Black Puppy kept accumulating spirit stones, it was always one step away. Obviously, the Black Puppy's foundation was not enough, and it fell into the shackles of a bottleneck. Coincidentally, the bloodline elixir appeared in the auction, so he thought of auctioning this bottle of elixir. The price was not expensive, only 58,000 low-grade spirit stones. Compared with his previous expenses, it was indeed a small amount. As the saying goes, heaven's law is good, But retribution is not good. Who would have thought that after Taoist Richwater rejected Master's proposal, he would ask for Master's help? It's really annoying. On the Blood Mountain, in a rare cave with a fourth-grade spiritual vein, Immortal Danjun sat upright with a smile. Beside him, two of his disciples were carefully serving him. At this time, it was his first disciple, Wang Jingchun, who spoke in a tone full of gloating. Master has ignored Elder Jean for 2 hours. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid. On the other side, Immortal Danjun's second disciple, Yang Shiner, was a little worried. What are you afraid of? Who doesn't know that Immortal Fu Shui has been relying on Immortal Su support? Now that Immortal Su has died, his only son encountered the red blood Qilin beast. Not only was he poisoned, but his divine sense was also damaged. Both of them overlapped and attached to each other, forming the extremely powerful divine, corroding poison fire miasma. Perhaps Taoist Richwater wouldn't care too much about other people, but he couldn't ignore Su Jin no matter what. In the entire Blood Mountain City, there may not be only one level 3 alchemist, but there's only one person who can refine the Juku, soul-rejuvenating pill that can treat the damage of divine sense and effectively remove the fire poison. Wang Jingchun said with a complacent face. Immortal Danjun nodded slightly with a confident smile on his face, but he also said, "Let him in. Who asked me to be generous?" Chapter 455. Soon, the slightly stout Taoist Richwater stepped into the cave. Jean Richwater greets Taoist Elixir Lord. Taoist Richwater didn't seem to be impatient after being ignored for more than 2 hours. He cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "You must have heard that my master's son is seriously injured and on the verge of death. I'm here to ask you to save him on account that we're both disciples of the Clear Void sect." Of course. Taoist Elixir Lord smiled and said, "You only need to satisfy 3 of my conditions." Taoist Richwater had expected this and only whispered, "What conditions?" "The first is the 1,000-year ice heart fire, the fire of heaven and earth. The second is 2 spots for the cave of inheritance. The third," he glanced at Taoist Richwater and said, "the earthen mountain river diagram." "Impossible." Taoist Richwater's expression changed, and he said with a gloomy face, "We can use our own spirit stones to help you bid for the Millennium Ice Heart Fire. Our field hall only has 2 spots to cultivate in the Inheritance Cave every 10 years, and it has always been decided by true monarch spiritual coffin. I can't intervene at all. I can only beg for one at most. As for the earthen mountain river diagram, isn't Taoist Elixir Lord too greedy?" "Greedy? I only have these 3 conditions. If you agree, I'll help. If you don't, then let Su Jin wait for his death." Then Taoist Elixir Lord shouted, "Jingchun, see the guest out." Taoist Richwater's expression instantly turned gloomy. "Elder Jean, please." However, I have to remind Elder Jean that if the spirit-corroding poisonous miasma is not removed, the longer it drags on, the more serious Su Jin's injuries will become. How much longer can the current senior brother Su last? 10 days? 5 days? Elder Jean should think about it carefully. Wang Jingchun said in a low voice as he stretched out his hand. Taoist Richwater's eyes turned cold, and his heart was filled with resentment. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much time, why would he be controlled by Taoist Elixir Lord? Why would he be threatened by a mere aperture-opening cultivator? With his wide circle of friends, he could naturally find people to save him from other places. However, Su Jin's injuries really couldn't last much longer, and others couldn't help him. Within Blood Mountain City, the opening of the Qingshu Summit could be considered a grand event for the cultivators within a radius of several thousand miles. Countless cultivator clans, itinerant cultivators, and immortal Tao forces had gathered here. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, local specialties, not limited to spirit pills, talismans, spirit wine, ores, spirit herbs. All kinds of things related to cultivators of the immortal arts were transported over on a large scale. The one that attracted the most attention was naturally the Qingshu auction hosted by the Qingshu sect. Almost every day, there would be people automatically advertising the treasures in the auction. There were all kinds of precious treasures with endless magical uses. As long as they were mentioned, it would always cause a sensation. However, as time passed, a shop became popular in the entire Blood Mountain city. This was a newly opened shop called Kunlun Pavilion. Because it was located between the main street and the secondary street, it didn't attract much attention at first. Most of the cultivators going in and out were only chi condensation stage cultivators of the immortal arts. There were very few aperture opening stage cultivators. Although there were many kinds of things for sale, almost all aspects of immortal arts cultivators were involved in. There was no lack of good stuff, and many people even took out treasures that they were satisfied with. However, because the things sold were relatively messy, like a grocery store, it didn't cause any waves at first. However, as the Qingshu Summit officially began, the people going in and out of the shop suddenly noticed that there were many more spirit pills in the shop. Aperture Awakening Pill, Barrier Breaking Pill, Clear Moistening Pill, Void Spirit Pill, Life Force Creation Pill. All kinds of spirit pills with various effects were meticulously placed in the shop. Among them, there were second-grade and third-grade spirit pills. Moreover, what shocked countless cultivators was that they found the quality of these spirit pills to be extremely high, so high that it was inconceivable. The lowest was a high-grade second-grade spirit pill, and many of them almost broke through the second-grade boundary and reached the transcendent second-grade level. In addition, the third-grade spirit pills were also of high quality. Apart from a few low-grade third-grade spirit pills, most of them were mid-grade third-grade spirit pills, and some were even high-grade third-grade spirit pills. Every one of them was invaluable, and every one of them was of high quality. But in the end, they appeared in such a grand manner in a small shop like this. In particular, the barrier-breaking pill and the aperture awakening pill. These kinds of spirit pills that could help immortal arts cultivators break through to the next realm could be used as the finale items in any small auction. One had to know that there weren't many of these two kinds of spirit pills in this Qingshu auction, not to mention the fact that these spirit pills were of such high quality. They could naturally increase a cultivator's success rate of breaking through to the next realm by several times. Therefore, it was only natural the Kunlun Pavilion became popular. Countless cultivators came because of its fame, and many cultivation clans and row cultivators spent a huge amount of money and almost all of their family's property just to buy the spirit pills. Many cultivators couldn't help but come to admire, even if they couldn't afford it. This was because they knew very well that a shop that could take out so many second-grade and third-grade spirit pills was by no means simple. It was very likely that there was a third-grade or higher alchemist behind it. Therefore, no one dared to cause trouble. But there were also countless people who began to inquire about the background and information of the Kunlun Pavilion. The Kunlun Pavilion? Taoist Richwater looked at his disciple, Su Ming, doubtfully. Yes, the Kunlun Pavilion. Su Ming nodded and said with a calm face, "This Kunlun Pavilion is a newly opened shop. At the beginning, it wasn't very famous, but with the start of the Qingshu Summit, it became an overnight sensation. It was because of the many spirit pills that appeared in their shop. Barrier Breaking Pill, Aperture Awakening Pill, Void Nourishing Pill, Void Spirit Pill, and Vitality Fortune Pill. Every one of them is of high quality, and every one of them is of extremely high quality. Therefore, I suspect that there is an alchemist behind the Kunlun Pavilion. An alchemist above grade 3, middle grade 3, or even a high grade 3 alchemist. Are you sure?" Taoist Richwater's heart shook, and he hurriedly asked. During this period of time, because of the matter of his master's son, he had been quite vexed. He had even put aside such an important matter as the Qingshu Summit and put all his efforts into finding all kinds of healing spirit pills. He also sought out third-grade alchemists to help him refine the spirit-corroding poison, fire miasma. However, this miasma was too troublesome. The two third-grade, early-stage alchemists who participated in the auction this time didn't have the slightest confidence and refused one after another. He asked for help from Pill Treasure Hall's Taoist Lord Danshan, but was told that the latter was coincidentally in seclusion to refine pills. As for Taoist Lord Danshan, his request was a bit too harsh. If not for the fact that there was no other way, he wouldn't have considered it at all. Now that he suddenly heard the news of a new third-grade alchemist, especially when this third-grade alchemist might be a middle-grade or even a high-grade alchemist, he was immediately excited. He was even a bit hesitant. "I'm sure." Su Ming nodded with certainty. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and said, "This is a high-grade, third-grade spirit pill I deliberately bought from the Kunlun Pavilion, the Vitality Fortune pill. Not only can it delay one's life, it can also regenerate broken limbs. Although it may not be able to cure Senior Brother Su's injury completely, it's enough to let him live for a while longer. Also, I used this opportunity to inquire about some information about the Kunlun Pavilion. I've already confirmed that the real owner of the Kunlun Pavilion is a third-grade alchemist whose Taoist name is Kunlun Taoist." "Is he still in Blood Mountain City now?" Taoist Fu Shui couldn't wait to ask. "He's currently living in our third-grade spirit vein," Su Ming hurriedly said. "Quick, come with me to see him. If possible, we must ask him to refine spirit pills." Taoist Fu Shui was immediately excited when he heard this. He looked at his disciple with gratitude and rushed out of the cave residence without hesitation. Ziyue had been very busy recently. When the Blood Mountain Peak Gathering had just started, he still had time to participate in the auction and stroll around Blood Mountain City. However, as countless high-quality spirit pills were sold in the Kunlun Pavilion, more and more cultivators came to visit because of its reputation. This was under by Ziyue's purposeful order. Only those who bought the elixirs he refined were allowed to share information about him. Otherwise, there would be even more cultivators coming in an endless stream. Naturally, there were countless cultivators who began to ask him to refine spirit pills. From the beginning, Ziyue had intended to use his ability to refine pills to make a name for himself and attract the attention of the Qingshu sect. Naturally, he would not refuse anyone's request to refine pills. In order to receive many cultivators, Qiu Dasheng even volunteered to receive them. Ziyue saw this and did not say anything. On this day, with a wave of his hand, Ziyue took out a bottle of spirit pill gourd and placed it on the table. He said to a beautiful female cultivator, "Householder Qing Lian, these are the cleansing moon pills you requested to refine. There are 9 of them. Because the pill recipe was provided by you, the reward is automatically waived. The 9 cleansing moon pills are all in this spirit pill gourd. Please keep them well." "Thank you, Master Kunlun." Householder Qing Lian hurriedly bowed and thanked him. "You're welcome." Ziyue waved his hand and said. Householder Qing Lian quickly left. "Senior, this is Senior Zhang Jiui from Yellow Wind Valley. He came here to ask you to refine pills for him." At this moment, Qiu Dasheng came over and introduced him. "Spiritual Master Zhang." Ziyue cupped his hands and said. Now that he had stayed in Blood Mountain City for a certain amount of time and deliberately asked around, he had a certain understanding of the surrounding immortal spell forces and the strength of the cultivators. He knew that Yellow Wind Valley was not weak. In the early days, they even had a Golden Core Realm perfected cultivator. Although their power had declined because of the fall of the Golden Core Realm, the Valley Master of Yellow Wind Valley was still a powerful figure. He had once defeated an 8-star deity realm expert in the 9-star Dao Palace. Zhang Jiui was the junior brother of the Valley Master of Yellow Wind Valley. He was at the middle stage immortal spell realm and was not weak. I've long heard that a new third-grade alchemy master has appeared in Blood Mountain City. Now that I have the chance to meet you, this trip has not been in vain. Spiritual Master Zhang also bowed and said. Chapter 456. What kind of elixir does Master Zhang intend to refine? Ziyue asked directly without any pleasantries. Dust Settling Pill. Master Zhang replied. Dust Settling Pill is only a second-grade elixir, Ziyue frowned. It was not that he looked down on second-grade elixirs. It was just that when others asked him to refine elixirs, most of them were third-grade elixirs, or at least second-grade elixirs. For example, the barrier-breaking pill and the aperture-awakening pill were relatively expensive and profitable. The dust-settling pill was only an ordinary elixir that could increase one's cultivation base. There was nothing special about it. The elixir refined from one set of materials was not high in value. It was strange to deliberately ask him to refine it. I know, Master Zhang nodded gently, and then said casually, but the total amount of elixirs that Yellow Wind Valley needs is 10,000. Seeing that Ziyue did not speak, he thought that he had stunned him. He felt proud and could not help but continue. Moreover, we will have a batch of at least 30,000 elixirs worth hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. We will ask Master Kunlun to refine them. I know that Master Kunlun has a very high success rate, and there is almost no possibility of failure in refining second-grade elixirs. Moreover, the number of elixirs refined from each set of materials is a few more than ordinary alchemists. However, we will still cooperate with Master Kunlun according to the sufficient materials and a 70% success rate. That is to say, the profit will all be yours. My only request is that you give me one thing. Today, you will join Yellow Wind Valley and become the chief alchemist of Yellow Wind Valley. You will be in charge of the alchemy of Yellow Wind Valley. Daoist Zhang looked at Bai Ziyue with a confident look on his face. Elixirs worth hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones would go through the hands of at least 20 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, Yellow Wind Valley was not a weak sect, and the position of the chief alchemist was also very high. He did not believe that Ziyue would not be tempted. Even he himself was very jealous. However, this condition was proposed by Yellow Wind Valley's Valley Master, his senior brother. He did not dare to go against it, so he did not skimp on it. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Master Zhang, but I don't want to spend too much time in endless alchemy, so I'm sorry. Ziyue shook his head. A stable alchemy environment, enough alchemy resources, and a generous reward of spirit stones. For an ordinary third-grade alchemist, it was indeed generous. It was enough to tempt many alchemists. However, he was not an ordinary alchemist. The reason why he had revealed his alchemy skills was not because he wanted to achieve something in the alchemy Dao, but because he had other goals. The person he was waiting for was not Yellow Wind Valley. Instead, it was one of the 4 sects of the cloud-piercing sect, the Clear Void sect. In terms of strength and foundation, Yellow Wind Valley was far inferior to Qingsu's sect. The reserves of cultivation methods in the Sutras Depository could not support him to create a follow-up deity-level cultivation method that was comparable to the Great Way of the First Yuan. As for the profits from spirit stones, they were even more dispensable to him. Things that were within his reach weren't valued by him, so they naturally couldn't move him. Refuse. Daoist Zhang's expression changed as he asked in disbelief, "Why did you refuse? Aren't our conditions generous enough?" "I'm sorry." Ziyue just cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Daoist Zhang's face became completely gloomy, showing an obvious dissatisfaction, and said, "Good, very good. It seems that my Yellow Wind Valley can't climb up to your level. Let's wait and see." After saying that, Zhang Jiui turned around and strode away. He was even more ruthless in his heart. "You're just an early-stage deity realm cultivator who became a third-grade alchemist by luck. You're so arrogant that you look down on my Yellow Wind Valley? You don't know that in this world, strength is respected. No matter how high your status is and how good your alchemy skills are, when you encounter a cultivator with a higher cultivation and stronger strength, you're as weak as a chicken and can be killed at will. I like to see how many days you can live." Qiu Daseng looked at Daoist Zhang, who left in anger and couldn't help but say with some worry, "Yellow Wind Valley is a third-rate sect in the whole cloud-piercing mountain range, but it is also a sect with a gold core realm cultivator. In its heyday, it was also a second-rate sect. As for Daoist Zhang, I have also heard some of his deeds. The rumors are not good, and he is also very narrow-minded. Senior, you refuse this time. It's hard to guarantee that he will resent you and cause trouble. It's okay." Ziyue waved his hand. When he first came here, he showed his alchemy skills and had always been very kind, but this didn't mean that he was a weak person who was easy to bully. It should be known that when he was in the ancient desolate region, He was called the Ruthless Man of Kunlun. This was a name that he had earned through killing. If someone really provoked him, he wouldn't be polite either. Not to mention, countless people who asked him to refine pills also owed him a favor. Although they didn't really do anything for him, they just strengthened his reputation, which was not something that ordinary forces dare to provoke. Alchemists, especially alchemists like him whose alchemy skills were above the 3rd grade, could naturally make friends with experts. On the other side, Daoist Zhang's face was gloomy and his heart was full of resentment. As soon as he walked to the door of the cave mansion, he saw a group of people coming straight here. The person in the lead was middle-aged and slightly plump. His aura was vague, and there was a kind of aura that was faintly discernible. Next to him were 2 cultivators in Taoist robes, one old and one young. The old man looked very old, and his body was slightly hunched. However, his entire body exuded a shocking aura that was very threatening. The other young man looked to be about 28 years old. He had a handsome face and eyes that were like stars. He was very elegant. When Daoist Zhang saw them, he was shocked. He recognized that the 3 people in front of him were from Qingshu sect, one of the 4 sects of Transcending Cloud. The one in the lead was Daoist Richwater, who is now the strongest and most powerful in Blood Mountain City, except for Supreme Linkoffen. The 2 beside him, the old man was Golden Court Sage, who belonged to the same clan as Daoist Richwater. He looked old and weak, but he had the 7-star deity token with him. Among the cultivators at the late stage of the Divine Realm, he was not weak. The last young man was the disciple of Daoist Richwater. He had an extraordinary background and was from Yunling. He was the young master of the Su family, who was not weaker than Yellow Wind Valley. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Aperture Enlightening Realm, and he was expected to reach the Divine Realm before the age of 35. His potential was amazing. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Yellow Wind Valley's Zhang Jiui greets Daoist Richwater. Golden Court Sage greets true disciple Su Ming. Daoist Richwater nodded slightly and directly skipped over. He had no intention of stopping. Golden Court Sage and Su Ming followed closely behind and did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to him. Daoist Master Zhang didn't dare to get angry and quickly stepped aside. Coincidentally, he heard Venerable Master Golden Court say, "Actually, I just received news about this Kunlun Daoist today. Someone heard about Su Jin and wanted to borrow my hand to pass the news to my elder brother." At that time, he took out the enlightening elixir that he bought from Kunlun Pavilion for me to verify. At that time, I was shocked. You and I both know the difficulty of refining the enlightening elixir. In the end, can you guess the grade of the enlightening elixir? It directly reached the upper limit of a 2nd grade elixir, a 2nd grade, transcendent 2nd grade elixir. In our Qingshu sect, other than perfected monarch Dan Shun, who else can refine an enlightening elixir of this grade? Perfected monarch Dan Shun may be a 3rd grade mid-grade elixir refiner and is almost destined to be the next palace master of Danbao Palace. But the elixir that he refined was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of this Kunlun Taoist. Our Qingshu sect is lacking in manpower, and there is no stronger elixir refiner to take over. Otherwise, how could the position of Palace Master of Danbao Palace be given to him? On this point, I have to praise Su Ming for discovering this elixir refiner before me. Whether Junior Martial Brother Su Jin can survive or not will depend on this Kunlun Taoist methods. I just happened to hear about it, and specially made a trip to Kunlun Pavilion. It's nothing, Su Ming hurriedly said humbly. Su Ming is indeed considerate. As for this Kunlun Taoist methods, I am absolutely convinced. I have already fed Junior Martial Brother Su Jin the vitality elixir that Su Ming brought. I have to say that the effect is excellent. Even if it did not completely eradicate the poisonous miasma in Junior Martial Brother Su Jin's body, it restored his vitality and extended his life for a full 10 days. This time, even if Kunlun Taoist did not help, I would have enough time to ask for the elixir through some channels. However, when we face Kunlun Taoist later, we must be respectful and not show the slightest disrespect. Do you understand? Perfected Fu Shui also praised Su Ming and was in a good mood. Ziyue's appearance greatly relieved the pressure in his heart and gave him more ways to deal with it. He did not have to look at perfected monarch Dan Shen's face and be threatened by him. When he thought of perfected monarch Dan Shen, his eyes narrowed and his face turned ugly. He could not help but look forward to meeting this mysterious Kunlun Taoist. Understood, understood, Golden Court esteemed monk, and Su Ming hurriedly said. All right, I heard that this Kunlun Taoist is a rogue cultivator. I wonder if he has plans to settle down. If Perfected Zhang stood where he was and listened to their conversation. He was extremely shocked. They also came for Kunlun Taoist. His elixir refining skills are stronger than perfected monarch Dan Shen's. Judging from perfected Fu Shui's tone, he has plans to rope him in to join Qingshu sect. Perfected Zhang's thoughts floated and stormy waves rose. He hurriedly extinguished all the thoughts that had just emerged and did not dare to think of revenge anymore. He hurriedly left. Jin Fushui, Golden Court, and Su Ming of Qingshu sect request to see Kunlun Taoist. Just when Ziyue was about to continue refining elixirs, a voice immediately came from outside the cave residence through the sound transmitting formation. Senior, it's Qingshu sect, Jin Fushui, perfected Fu Shui. He is a top figure in the God realm, the most powerful existence in Blood Mountain City, except for perfected Master Linkofen. Hearing this, Qiu Dashang was slightly stunned and suddenly shocked. Finally here, Ziyue faintly revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been planning for so long for the Qing Su sect's attention. Perfected Fu Shui status was high enough to recommend him to join Qingshu sect. Chapter 457. The formation opened, and Ziyue followed Qiu Dashang to the door. You must be Master Kunlun. I'm Jin Fushui from the Qingshu sect. Nice to meet you, Master Kunlun. Taoist Richwater looked around and saw Qiu Dashang standing half a step behind by Ziyue. Although by Ziyue's aura wasn't obvious, he was obviously in the divine realm. Taoist Richwater couldn't help but bow slightly to show his respect. I'm Jin Ting from the Qingshu sect. Nice to meet you, Master Kunlun. I'm Su Ming from the Qingshu sect. Nice to meet you, Master Kunlun. Golden Court esteemed and immortal master Su Ming also hurriedly spoke. I've long heard of immortal Fu Shui's name. It's an honor to meet you today. As for the title of master, I dare not respect you in front of immortal Fu Shui and Golden Court esteemed. Why don't we call each other fellow Taoist? Or you can call me Immortal Kunlun. Ziyue also returned the greeting and said humbly, All right. Immortal Fu Shui and Golden Court esteemed nodded slightly and had a good impression of Ziyue. Then, the group of people took their seats in the cave mansion hall. Naturally, Qiu Dashang was at the side, serving tea respectfully. I took the liberty to come here this time because I have something to ask you for help. After some small talk, Immortal Fu Shui quickly said, Please say. Ziyue was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Immortal Kunlun was here to win him over. He did not expect that he would ask him to refine pills for him like others. However, although he was surprised, there was no change in his expression and he looked extremely calm. I don't know if you've heard of the Crimson Blood Qilin Beast. This time, I have a junior brother who happened to encounter this Crimson Blood Qilin Beast when he went out. He was poisoned by the Qilin fire and his brain was burned by the Qilin True Fire. Although he was lucky to escape, he was seriously injured and did not have much time left. I just so happened to hear of your name, so I came here to ask for your help in refining a certain type of spirit pill. Immortal Fu Shui did not hesitate and said quickly, Crimson Blood Qilin Beast? If this kind of xenogeneic reached the God realm, then their bodies must have a trace of Qilin real fire. This primordial fire was truly powerful. Not only could it incinerate everything, it was comparable to the Golden Core primordial fire. Moreover, within the flames there was fire poison. This fire poison was extremely insidious and could burn one's spiritual will and soul. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Your junior apprentice brother was able to escape with his life even after being burned by the flames. His ability can be considered extraordinary. However, according to what you said, since your junior brother is already heavily injured and on the verge of death, he must have been entangled by the fire poison and formed the rare spirit corroding poison fire miasma. This kind of poisonous miasma, not to mention the divinity realm cultivators, even a golden core perfected cultivator would find it very troublesome to deal with, and it would take at least 2 months of mental and physical effort to remove it. In terms of spirit pills, I recommend the 9 Reviving Spirit Pill, Heaven Heart Soul Lock Pill, and Great Freedom Golden Pill. In addition, if there's an item to entrust one's soul to, it'll be much simpler. A grade 3 antidote should be enough. Ziyue pondered for a moment and instantly came up with several solutions. In fact, many of these spirit pill recipes were obtained from various sects in the ancient desolate region. Although they could not be realized because of the lack of materials and the relatively high grade, Ziyue still made a copy of them. Now, in this cloud-piercing mountain range, there was a possibility of seeing the light of day again. Besides that, after some understanding, he similarly noticed that many of these pill formulas in his possession were even things that were rare and didn't exist in this place, and they were priceless. Immortal Fu Shui was dumbfounded. Even Golden Court esteemed master and Su Ming were completely stunned. After discovering that their junior apprentice brother was seriously injured, they naturally looked for a solution at the first moment. They even asked Sage Ling Coffin to diagnose, and there were 2 beginner-grade 3 spirit pill masters to check. After some discussion, they could only determine that the 9 Reviving Spirit Pill could completely remove the poisonous miasma that was like a gangrene attached to the bone. As a result, Ziyue had just heard about Su Jin's condition, and he did not even see the details of his injuries. But in an instant, he came up with 3 or 4 solutions. I don't know which method is the safest and most reliable. What if it doesn't damage junior apprentice brother Su Jin's foundation and affect his Taoist path? Immortal Fu Shui did not dare to blurt out the 9 Reviving Spirit Pill, because although this spirit pill was symptomatic, the 2 beginner-grade 3 spirit pill masters also said that there would be certain sequelae. Previously, he only considered saving his junior apprentice brother first, and did not consider other aspects. But at this time, seeing that Ziyue was so brilliant, he naturally hoped for a better result. The 9 Reviving Spirit Pill is the simplest. It is symptomatic, but it has no healing effect on the damage caused by the poisonous miasma. Generally, after taking it, your junior apprentice brother has basically lost the possibility of pursuing on his Taoist path. The Heavenly Heart Soul Lock Pill is better, but this spirit pill can only heal the physical body of the injured, and it is also helpless against the damage to the soul. The effect of the Great Freedom Golden Pill is indeed the best. It can heal the physical body and soul of the injured at the same time. Moreover, after taking the spirit pill, there's a layer of spiritual enlightenment, which is often the best spirit pill for breaking through. If a cultivator at the peak of the divine realm had a Great Freedom Golden Pill, then their chances of breaking through to the Golden Core realm could be increased by 30%. However, no matter how good this spirit pill is, it is also the top spirit pill among the 3rd-grade spirit pills. In terms of value, it is above many 4th-grade spirit pills. However, the materials were too difficult to find. 4th-grade spiritual wood core, parasol tree leaves, enlightenment flowers. If they were to gather them in one place, it would take at least 100 years to gather a furnace of them. Although I have a certain degree of confidence in refining it, it is difficult to cook without rice. So, I recommend you to use the last one. Ziyue said after a brief analysis. The method of using the 3rd-grade detoxification pill? Immortal Fu Shui was slightly surprised, and then said hesitantly, "This method is indeed feasible, but the premise is that there is a treasure to entrust the soul. In this way, the soul will jump out of the body, and the spirit-corroding poison fire barrier will not interfere with the soul. The 3rd-grade detoxification pill is indeed enough to remove the poisonous miasma. However, all of these treasures that could host one's soul were extremely precious. Where am I going to find it without careful consideration? Unfortunately, I have a piece of mysterious nascent soul-nurturing jade. Zeus smiled and waved his hand. A jade box, sealed by a spirit talisman, appeared in his hand. When he opened the jade box, a piece of mysterious black jade that was 3 feet wide and 2 inches long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This mysterious black jade was obtained from the storage bag of the Goob God sect Master Meowdingen after he killed him. It should have been obtained by chance in the Astral Wind Canyon. This mysterious jade was naturally precious, but it was useless for him to keep it. It was better to give it to Su Jin and ask for a favor. Mysterious nascent soul nurturing jade? When Venerable Master Golden Court saw the mystic jade, he was shocked and could not help but say, "This is a mystic jade that can heal a cultivator's soul damage. No matter how badly one's spiritual sense is injured, or even if half of one's soul is lost, as long as one's soul is placed in the mystic jade, one can recover to their original state. This is a treasure that can treat soul damage. Once junior brother Su Jin's soul is placed in this soul-nurturing jade, it won't take long for him to recover. As for his physical body, as fellow cultivator Kunlun said, a third-grade detoxification pill is enough. Even if it can't be fully recovered, our Qingshu sect has plenty of spiritual pills that can restore the physical body. I estimate that junior brother Su will be able to recover in a month or 2. Thank you, fellow cultivator Kunlun." Immortal Fu Shui's face suddenly revealed a look of incomparable surprise. He bowed deeply and was incomparably sincere. "You're welcome. It's just something that I can do. I happen to have a bottle of detoxification pills left. I'll give it to you." Ziyue laughed and waved his hand. Another spiritual pill gourd flew out and slowly fell into Immortal Fu Shui's hand. This is a third-grade detoxification pill. Immortal Fu Shui was slightly surprised. He then hesitated for a moment and asked, "May I know the reward? How about 10 cultivation methods that can lead to the peak of the divine realm?" Ziyue thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. In terms of spiritual stones, he was not short of them. After thinking about it, the follow-up cultivation methods were more urgent. Now that Immortal Fu Shui seemed to have no intention of recruiting him, he could only think of another way. "No problem. Within 3 days, the cultivation methods will be automatically handed over." Immortal Fu Shui's eyes flashed, and he immediately guessed the reason. He was secretly shocked. Could it be that Kunlun Taoist had now embarked on the path of creating his own cultivation methods? Otherwise, why would he need so many cultivation methods of the divine realm without any requirements for their grades? However, 10 cultivation methods that could lead to the peak of the divine realm might be difficult for others. After all, although there were many cultivation methods in the sect, they were not qualified to use and teach them. However, for him who was in charge of Blood Mountain City and had countless opportunities in the early days, it was nothing at all. However, because of this, his mind could not help but become active. He secretly rejoiced and could not help but ask carefully, "Do you know to what extent has Master Kunlun's alchemy skill reached?" Golden Court Shangren and Su Ming immediately turned their eyes to him. Even Xiao Dasheng pricked up his ears at this time. "Only advanced grade 3. Zeus smiled gently. He did not intend to hide it. "Advanced grade 3 alchemy master." Immortal Fu Shui took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly burst into light. He hurriedly continued, "I heard that you have wandered here and are still a rogue cultivator. Do you have any plans to settle down here? If you're interested, I, Jin Fu Shui, still have a say in the Qingshu sect. I can be a guarantor to lure Master Kunlun into my Qingshu sect. If it doesn't work, I can ask Sage Ling Coffin to speak. In terms of treatment, you don't have to worry. It will not be a disgrace to your identity." Golden Court Shangren hurriedly said with a tone full of temptation, "I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, but now the Pill Treasure Hall of the Qingshu sect is short of manpower." Other than the Pill Treasure Hall Master, who is a beginner grade 4 alchemy master, the most brilliant alchemy master is only a medium grade 3 alchemy master. Once you join my Qingshu sect, there's a possibility that you will become the Pill Treasure Hall Master in the future. Chapter 458. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ziyue's face. Seeing that Bai Ziyue seemed to be a little tempted, immortal Fu Shui's spirit was refreshed. He quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "The most important thing is that if you want to create your own cultivation method, we have a creation hall in our Qingshu sect. There are thousands of years of experience left by countless predecessors in our Qingshu sect. This is a great foundation of our sect. It will definitely be of great help to you in creating your own cultivation method." Merit Creation Hall. Ziyue's eyes lit up, knowing that he had achieved his goal. He no longer hesitated and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Rich Water and Taoist Golden Court. You don't have to be so polite, since we'll be in the same sect in the future. Speaking of which, I have my own selfish reasons for inviting you to join the Qingshu sect. Because of the early grudges and the matter of junior brother Su Jin, I and Taoist Elixir Lord of the Pill Treasure Hall are like fire and water. Taoist Elixir Lord is the best alchemist besides Taoist Dan Shun, so he's fortunate to be chosen as the next hall master of the Pill Treasure Hall. I'm sure you'll be targeted by him, since you've been recommended by me. Please be careful in the future." Taoist Richwater knew that Ziyue would find out sooner or later, so he didn't hide it and hurriedly said, "This Taoist Elixir Lord is greedy and narrow-minded. We have to be careful." Taoist Golden Court also said, "It's okay." Ziyue waved his hand and didn't mind. Xiao Dasang stood aside, dumbfounded. In a blink of an eye, Senior was going to join the Qingshu sect? The Pill Treasure Hall was in charge of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Qingshu sect. It was the department that distributed elixirs to countless forces in the Qingshu sect. Then, he couldn't help but feel happy. No matter what, the Chiu family was the first force to establish a relationship with the senior. Now, the siblings were still helping the senior manage the Kunlun Pavilion. It was reasonable for him to take care of them. Not to mention that the Chiu family could soar into the sky from now on. The resources they could enjoy would definitely be incomparable to before. Then, Ziyue, Taoist Richwater, Taoist Golden Court, and the others talked in detail and agreed to return to the sect together after the Qingshu summit. The next day, at the Qingshu auction, Ziyue occupied an auction room all by himself. He watched as one treasure after another was put up for auction and waited silently. Today was the 10th day of the Qingshu auction. It was also the day that his main target, the 1,000-year Ice Heart Flame, was about to be auctioned. He had been preparing for this day for a long time, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. The 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire is a fire of heaven and earth. Its value is extremely high. Looking back, it seemed that only 700 years ago was there an auction for the flames of heaven and earth. The fire of heaven and earth that was auctioned at that time was the nether primordial fire, whose quality seemed to be slightly inferior to the Millennium Ice Heart Fire. The competition was also fierce. There were 5 or 6 third-grade high-rank alchemists and weapon refiners competing for it. The price was directly raised to 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This time, I've exchanged and sold many of the treasures I have on me. Adding the profits from the Kunlun Pavilion, I've collected a total of 5,000 upper-rank spirit stones. I don't believe that I can't win this 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire. Bai Ziyue was determined to win at all costs. Of course, he also had the confidence to do so. 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 50 million lower-grade spirit stones. It wasn't something that ordinary forces could take out. As for individuals, unless they were Golden Core Realm perfected monarchs or above, almost no one could be so wealthy. Green source stones, middle-grade body, restraining treasures, high-rank third-grade formation diagrams, golden spirit pill recipes. Treasures appeared one after another, and the price rose steadily with each competition. Ziyue was very restrained and didn't bid too much. It wasn't until a special treasure called the Shumi True Residence appeared that Ziyue's eyes lit up and he joined in the competition. This Shumi True Mansion was in fact a kind of magic treasure that was closely combined with a formation and a tool refinement. It was just like the flying shuttle that Ziyue used in the early days. It was a special treasure that was combined through various parts. The Shumi true residence was the same, but the combined treasure was a true residence that looked like a cave residence. Then a special formation master would inscribe a high-rank third-grade formation, the Great Shumi Formation, so that the space inside the true residence would be expanded to the extreme. Just like this auction, it was because of the Great Shumi Formation that it appeared so vast and spacious. It was just that one was used on the island, and the other was used on the treasure. For immortal spell cultivators, traveling outside was a very normal thing, but it was inevitable that they would be in some harsh environments and even encounter danger at any time. At this time, if there was a Shumi true residence, not only would it be much more comfortable, but the true residence also had the ability to hide and defend. It could be hidden in the true residence in time, and its safety would be guaranteed to a certain extent. This was especially true for Ziyue. If he had the Sumru Immortal Mansion when he was crossing the innumerable great mountains, he wouldn't have to be so worried when night fell. Ziyue spent 135 upper-grade spirit stones to win the Shumi true residence. After waiting for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. The treasure we are auctioning next is enough to be the highlight of an ordinary auction. It is the most precious treasure in the eyes of countless alchemists and blacksmiths. It is the key for them to break through the boundaries of alchemy and blacksmithing and become a higher-level alchemist and blacksmith. All right, let's not talk too much. The Flame of Heaven and Earth, the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire. The starting price is 300 upper-grade spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Venerable Wind Zither, who was hosting the auction, said as he solemnly opened a special spirit box. Suddenly, a piece of mystic ice as tall as a person appeared in front of everyone. Within the mystic ice, a ball of blue flame swayed slightly, and an extremely cold chi was emitted. The 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire has finally begun. Ziyue's eyes shone brightly. The auction begins now. As soon as Venerable Wind Zither finished speaking, prices were called out one after another. 350 upper-grade spirit stones, 360 upper-grade spirit stones, 385 upper-grade spirit stones. In the beginning, Ziyue did not interfere and waited patiently. After a fierce bidding, the price quickly soared to 800 upper-grade spirit stones. As a result, the number of people competing for the auction dropped to 3. It was only then that Ziyue made his move decisively. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He raised the price by 200 upper-grade spirit stones as soon as he made his move. It should be noted that this was not the beginning of the auction. The sudden increase of 200 upper spiritual stones in the price of 800 upper spiritual stones was a huge blow to all the participants present. The auction hall fell silent. This price had reached the peak of the auction of the fire of heaven and earth 700 years ago. Countless people's eyes flickered in shock. Who is it? There are only a few grade 3 alchemists and blacksmiths present. Those who competed with me before should be those grade 3 alchemists and blacksmiths. Who is this person who suddenly appeared? In a secret auction room, perfected elixir lord's face suddenly turned gloomy. As a grade 3 middle-grade alchemist of the Qingshu sect, he was in charge of many alchemy matters in the sect. There were too many places for him to take action, so his net worth was not low. However, it would be very painful to take out 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones rashly. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Are there any more? Perfected Wind Zither tempted at the right time. 1,010 upper-grade spirit stones. Perfected Elixir Lord gritted his teeth and called out the price. He would not give up either. 1,020 upper-grade spirit stones. 1,100 upper-grade spirit stones. Ziyue said calmly with a calm face. The auction hall fell silent again. By Ziyue's determination to obtain the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire immediately intimidated a few people who wanted to compete for it. Even a few people who originally had the intention of continuing to compete couldn't help but hesitate at this time, and one after another, they stopped bidding. This price had exceeded the 100 upper-grade spirit stones of the netherworld primordial fire 700 years ago. Even if the quality of this millennium ice heart fire was higher than the netherworld primordial fire, it was not worth it to continue bidding. No one's spirit stones were blown by the wind. Very few people could afford to pay an exorbitant price. If they were happy now, it was very likely that they would be in poverty for the next few decades. Not everyone could make such a decision. 1,010 upper-grade spirit stones. Perfected Elixir Lord's face was extremely gloomy as he called out another price. At this moment, he was really angry. He hated the people who participated in the bidding and perfected rich water even more. If it were not for the other party's interference and the Millennium Ice Heart Fire was put up for auction, he could have used his sect's internal means to get this fire of heaven and earth at a lower price. However, he had to call out a high price of more than 1,100 upper-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he might not be able to get it. Thinking of this, he became even angrier and was burning with anger. 1,200 upper-grade spirit stones. Ziyue had a total of 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones in reserve. He was rich and overbearing, so he did not hesitate at all. 1,250 upper-grade spirit stones. Perfected Elixir Lord opened his mouth again, but after he called out the price, he did not pause at all and directly said, "I am Perfected Elixir Lord, a middle third-grade alchemist of the Qingshu sect. This time, I really need this Millennium Ice Heart Fire to refine the spiritual fire so that I can break through the shackles of alchemy and step into the ranks of a high third-grade alchemist. Therefore, for the sake of my Clear Void sect, and for the sake of my Pale Monarch's tireless pursuit of the Tao of Alchemy, please yield this time." Elixir Monarch is extremely grateful. Once these words were said, the scene was silent. Perfected Wind Zither, who presided over the auction, turned pale and was incomparably furious. This kind of action of disrupting the normal auction order and using force to oppress others had a great impact on the reputation of the Qingshu auction. In particular, the person who took the initiative to speak was from the Qingshu sect, a middle third-grade alchemist of the Qingshu sect's Pill Treasure Hall and the candidate for the next Hall Master. The impact was particularly bad. Chapter 459. Most of the people in the auction were in their own private rooms, but at this moment, most of them couldn't help but have a gloating expression on their faces. Reverend Dan Jun, a third-grade middle-stage alchemist, a candidate for the next Palace Master of Dan Bao Palace. Such an identity was definitely among the upper echelons of the Qingshu sect. If the Qingshu auction did not handle this matter properly, it would cause a crisis of confidence. Not everyone in the cloud-piercing mountain range was willing to see the Qingshu sect's auction succeed. Even the Tai-E Celestial sect, the Sound of Thunder sect, and the Great Buddha sect, which were part of the four sects of the cloud-piercing mountain range, were not on good terms with the Qingshu sect. Therefore, if there was a chance, they would not hesitate to help the Qingshu sect. 1,300 high-grade spirit stones. At the same time, a voice echoed again with the power of the formation. It was by Ziyue. He made another bid. Although enlightened, Dan Jun's words sounded sincere and threatening. It might cause ordinary cultivators to give up on bidding. However, Ziyue was not one of them. He had made a lot of preparation for the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire before the auction officially started. He had even gathered a total of 5,000 upper-rank spirit stones. It could be said that he was determined to get it. Naturally, he would not give up just because of enlightened Dan Jun's words. "Fellow Taoist, are you not going to give me face?" Enlightened Dan Jun's voice was cold as thunder. No one had ever dared to disregard his words, especially in front of so many people. Immediately, a tyrannical look flashed across his eyes. This is getting out of hand. Such a blatant threat. There's going to be a good show. Enlightened Dan Jun really has no qualms about causing trouble in his own sex auction. What's there to be worried about? He's a middle grade 3 alchemist who's about to become a senior grade 3 alchemist. Moreover, he's the next palace master. There are only 6 palace masters in the Qing-Su sect. It could be said that other than the sect master, only the 6 hall masters could keep him in check. Although Venerable Wen Zither is not weak, he does not dare to speak in front of him. It's just a pity for the Qing-Su auction. After this, its reputation will probably be suppressed. Others who come to participate in the auction will also have to consider whether the items they want to auction will be snatched away by the Qing-Su sect disciples. Immediately, a series of discussions could be heard. Wong, wong, wong. Suddenly, the sound of the formation rippling could be heard. Then, everyone felt a shocking aura descend. This aura was incomparably tyrannical and unstoppable. It even carried an indescribable domineering aura. As it was vast and mighty, it caused everyone's hearts to feel heavy. A golden core cultivator, a golden core true monarch. This old Taoist is true Lord Spiritual Coffin. Soon, a majestic voice was heard. Lord Ling Coffin? The scene suddenly became quiet, and no one dared to speak. Golden core overlords, especially perfected Lord Ling Coffin, who was a mid-stage golden core overlord, were much more intimidating than normal golden core perfected lords. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming to the Qing-Su auction. I already have some understanding of this matter. We will not tolerate any cultivator who dares to cause trouble at the Qing-Su auction. Therefore, I hereby announce that Perfected Elixir Lord is banned from the Qing-Su auction for life. He will be released immediately and will be brought to the Qing-Su sect's enforcement hall to be convicted. All bids he has participated in will be nullified. The auction will now begin anew. Right after he said those words, the overwhelming oppressive might disappeared. Perfected Elixir Lord seemed to have tacitly agreed to the punishment and didn't dare speak again. In front of a golden core true monarch, his status as a mid-stage, third-rank pill refiner and the candidate for the next head of Treasure Pill Hall was of little use. Not only was perfected Lord Ling Coffin's strength at mid-stage golden core true monarch, he was also the head of the field hall. His status was equal to the head of Treasure Pill Hall. If he was truly provoked, no one would pursue the matter, even if he was killed on the spot. Perfected Lord Ling Coffin, as expected of a golden core, true monarch. His aura is too strong. At mid-stage golden core, true monarch, he's already stronger than many of the monster lords I saw in the 100,000 Mountains. Apart from the 3 origin spirit realm ancestors, only that old turtle would dare say that he's stronger. Ziyue sighed in amazement. He couldn't help but compare him to the golden core true monarchs he'd encountered in the 100,000 Mountains. The auction continued. As for the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire, it was naturally won by Ziyue. The price wasn't a 1,300 high-grade spirit stones he'd quoted in the end, but 1,200. Although it didn't make much of a difference to him, it felt completely different. But I've inexplicably provoked Perfected Elixir Lord this time. Ziyue couldn't help but laugh. He was confident that he could crush Perfected Elixir Lord in both pill refinement and immortal arts. What did he have to fear, even if they were to meet in the future? Moreover, due to the nature of the auction, it was impossible for Perfected Elixir Lord to know that the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire had fallen into his hands unless he actively exposed it. Perfected Lord Ling Coffin's actions were timely and decisive, but the auction was ultimately affected to a certain extent. Everyone related to the Qing-Su sect couldn't help but look a little gloomy. Fortunately, as treasures appeared one after another and countless cultivators fought over them, the scene became lively again. Only then did they relax a little. Under such circumstances, Ziyue left quietly and quickly returned to his cave residence. This Shumi true residence. Ziyue took out a stone platform first. It was only the size of a palm, but there was a large hall on it. Judging from its appearance, it looked very delicate and lifelike. He tapped it slightly, and a trace of his divine sense rushed out. In an instant, the stone platform swelled with the wind and expanded thousands of times. Immediately, a large hall appeared in front of him. Stepping into the hall, Ziyue's eyes were full of amazement. As expected of the Shumi true residence, Alchemy Room weapon refining room, cultivation room, spiritual beast room, library. It has everything. It's very spacious, as if a large hall with an area of 10,000 meters had appeared in front of me. Inside this magic treasure, in addition to the Shumi Great Formation, which can expand space, there are many functions such as defense, concealment, illusion, warning, etc. Cultivators below the God realm can't find any trace of this true residence. Once someone above the God realm investigates with their divine sense, I can detect it in advance. It's very convenient. The only regret is that although the true residence is comfortable and looks spacious, it's actually not that big. It's all because of the mysterious power of the formation. The Shumi True Residence itself is not a heavenly abode magic treasure. The space inside is actually integrated with the space outside. Therefore, my idea of using it as a large storage space fell through. Because once I put the true residence into the storage bag, the things inside will be spilled out. However, even so, the Shumi True Residence is also a magic treasure with powerful functions. It's a mobile immortal residence, a must-have for immortal spell cultivators when traveling. Baiziwa quickly came to a conclusion after probing and experimenting. He also felt a trace of satisfaction in his heart. With this magic treasure, at least when he went out in the future, he would not have to eat and sleep in the open, and he would need to be distracted at all times to guard against some dangers. Of course, what he wanted more was naturally the heavenly abode magic treasure that was said to have a space of its own. Unfortunately, that kind of treasure was not owned by many Golden Elixir Realm Supremes. Among the 4 sects of the Cloud-Piercing sect, it seemed that only the Great Buddhist sect had a gravel world. It was said that the Great Buddhist sect's real mountain gate was inside. As long as the gravel world was not lost, the Great Buddhist sect would not be destroyed. Mysterious and powerful. Then, the most important thing is the Millennium Ice Heart Fire. Then, Ziyue's face turned solemn, revealing a trace of seriousness. He waved his hand, and a special spirit box appeared in front of him. When he opened the spirit box, an extremely cold air was emitted, causing his body to tremble slightly, and a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on his skin. Inside a huge piece of mysterious ice, a ball of blue flame was rippling slightly. The Millennium Ice Heart Fire, the fire of heaven and earth, is in my hands. For the current me, it can be said that everything is ready. Next, I just have to take advantage of the opportunity to refine this spiritual fire and incorporate it into my magical power, the furnace of 10,000 flames. Immediately, the power of my flames will increase greatly, breaking through the level limit and reaching a level comparable to Golden Elixir True Fire. With the help of this spiritual fire, not only can I refine the primordial soul realm demon bone and forge the strongest life treasure, but I can also improve in alchemy and weapon forging. At least, I have broken the main shackles of the power of the spiritual fire between advanced 3rd grade and beginner 4th grade alchemists. Ziyue took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. The battle for the Great Tao triumphed over everything. In front of the Great Tao, how could he give in to a mortal elixir lord? Without hesitation, he used his magical power, the furnace of 10,000 flames, instantly. In the blink of an eye, a ball of 4-colored flame turned into a raging wave, directly covering the mysterious ice. Chi. The mysterious ice melted, and soon a trace of the Millennium Ice Heart Fire was triggered. Chi. In an instant, the 4-colored spiritual fire shook slightly, and the Millennium Ice Heart Fire spread rapidly. However, Ziyue's expression did not change. The power of his divine thoughts surged wildly, immediately suppressing the layer of ice flame. Then, he quickly operated the furnace of 10,000 flames, absorbing and transforming it. Like a millstone, it rapidly ground and refined the wisps of ice flame. Great! Ziyue's eyes lit up. He immediately felt the power of the furnace of 10,000 flames, which he had raised to the peak, begin to increase again. Chapter 460. Even though the speed of the furnace of 10,000 flames was very slow and subtle, it did exist. With the refining of the Millennium Icy Heart Fire, Ziyue soon found that the original four-colored flame in the furnace of 10,000 flames had a layer of blue unknowingly, and it was transforming into a five-colored flame. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the Millennium Icy Heart Fire seemed to be unwilling to be refined, and it suddenly soared. In a whistling sound, all the water vapor in the surrounding hundreds of meters was instantly separated from it, frozen and shattered, and disappeared without a trace. This was the ice flame power of the Millennium Icy Heart Fire. Even though it was only slightly diffused, it could be said to be the nemesis of all water attribute powers, and it was forcefully stripped away. At this moment, as the ice flame power spread, the blood in Ziyue's body seemed to be affected, and it was about to be extracted from his body. His heart skipped a beat, and he did not dare to be negligent. The seven-colored calamity overcoming spiritual light rose and instantly isolated the ice flame power. Then his divine thoughts turned into a torrent and continuously poured into the furnace of 10,000 flames. Once again, it resisted the attack of the ice flame and quickly suppressed the ice flame and began to refine it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, as time went by, Ziyue felt that the power of his furnace of 10,000 flames was constantly increasing, and the divine thoughts in his body were also constantly being consumed. With a change of mind, his divine thoughts returned to normal. However, a layer of doubt arose in his heart. It seems that the Millennium Icy Heart Fire did not increase the power of my furnace of 10,000 flames as much as I imagined. A trace of surprise flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Even though this kind of increase was far better than the increase of the Divine Realm Fire attribute Big Demon's Life Demonic Fire, it was difficult to really raise his furnace of 10,000 flames to the level of Gold Core Real Fire. Just as Ziyue pulled out the last wisp of ice flame, the extremely faint flame turned into a stream of light and charged out of the cave dwelling in an instant. Wait, wanna run? Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and his divine thoughts burst forth. The furnace of 10,000 flames, which had transformed into a five-colored flame, instantly spread out and directly covered the flame. Sizzle, a wild and violent energy instantly surged out from the tiny flame, as though it was trying to break free from it. However, Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he cried out in his heart, "Fire Origin! This is the power of Fire Origin!" That's right, this is the true form of the flames of heaven and earth. Without the origin, how can the flames of heaven and earth be formed? He no longer cared about the consumption of his divine sense and continued to operate the 10,000 flames furnace. Once his divine sense showed signs of exhaustion, he would immediately consume his soul energy and convert it into divine sense. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Finally, he refined the first origin of fire. In an instant, he felt his 10,000 flames furnace increase by a large margin. Then the second, the third, the fourth, unknowingly, Ziyue suddenly felt that the power of his 10,000 flames furnace had broken through a certain limit, as if it had entered another level. As the might of the 10,000 flames furnace increased, the speed at which it refined the fire origin energy also increased. Half an hour later, the last strand of origin energy was refined by him. It's finally done. The 1,000-year ice heart fire of heaven and earth has been completely refined by me. Now, the power of the flame has also increased, and it has increased to a level comparable to the golden core real fire. Moreover, perhaps because of the integration of the fire origin energy, this remarkable power of mine has evolved to the extreme, forming a remarkable power seed that has integrated into my body. With this remarkable power seed, as long as I activate it with my divine sense, I can almost use the 10,000 flames furnace with a thought. I don't have to deliberately use it at all. This is so much more convenient. Ziyue heaved a long sigh of relief and could not help but reveal a joyful smile on his face. A remarkable power seed was not something that could be condensed from an ordinary remarkable power. Not only did it represent the power, but it also represented the potential of this remarkable power. If it was continuously refined, it could even evolve and form a great remarkable power. The power of a great remarkable power would far surpass the ability of a remarkable power. Then he could not help but beckon slightly, and a ball of five-colored flame was immediately summoned from his body. He controlled this ball of five-colored flame to descend slightly, and a stone block was burned into ashes almost without any pause. Moreover, the flame's power did not diminish, and it descended to the ground, burning a huge hole in the ground. The power of this flame has indeed increased by a lot, comparable to the golden core real fire. In other words, my true strength may not be comparable to a real golden core real monarch, but if I use the 10,000 flames furnace, I can reach such a level. Ziyue thought in his heart, and suddenly he was a little excited. If it was said that after he had cultivated many remarkable powers to perfection, his realm had also broken through to the early stage of the divine realm, and his strength had reached the invincible realm of the late stage of the divine realm, then at this time, the soaring power of the 10,000 flames furnace had pushed his strength to the peak of the divine realm, and reached the level of a half-step golden core. At least in the divine realm, he was not afraid of anyone. Moreover, according to my judgment of the experts of the 9 Stars Tao Palace, a 1-star divine realm expert is actually equivalent to the 3rd level of the middle stage of the divine realm. A 2-star divine realm expert is equivalent to the 2nd level of the middle stage of the divine realm, and a 3-star divine realm expert is equivalent to the 1st level of the middle stage of the divine realm. There was a gap between 3-star and 4-star divine realm, which directly surpassed the invincible realm of the middle stage of the divine realm and stepped into the 3rd level of the late stage of the divine realm. There was another gap between 6-star and 7-star divine realm. 7-star divine realm experts were equivalent to the 3rd level of the peak of the divine realm and were naturally 2 levels stronger than 3-star and 6-star divine realm experts. As for 9-star divine realm experts, they generally referred to experts above the 1st level of the peak of the divine realm. However, because there were no more levels of strength, 9-star divine realm experts included the 1st level of the peak of the divine realm, the invincible realm of the divine realm, and the half-step golden core realm experts. With my current strength of the half-step golden core realm, if I go to the 9 Stars Tao Palace, it will not be difficult to get the 9 Stars divine token. At this moment, Ziyue's thoughts wandered, and he suddenly thought of the mysterious 9 Stars Tao Palace. After a comparison, his heart suddenly became somewhat agitated. Previously, he was still a little afraid of 7-star divine realm experts and above. But now he had absolute confidence. I heard that the 9 Stars Tao Palace will give out appropriate rewards for those who pass the star grade assessment. The higher the star grade, the more generous the rewards. Ziyue pondered for a moment, and suddenly had the idea of participating in the star grade assessment. However, after thinking about it, Ziyue gave up. Now that the power of his 10,000 flames furnace had increased, the most important thing in front of him was to refine his own life source magic treasure. Not to mention, he had already promised Taoist Rich Water to join the Qingsu sect, and he wanted to use the Qingsu sect foundation to create his own divine realm cultivation method. Naturally, it would not be good to create more trouble. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and his footsteps moved lightly. Soon, he appeared in an open secret room. Looking around, he saw a large black dog that was 3 meters long and 7 feet tall. Its body was covered in blood scabs, and its eyes were blood-red and ferocious, as if it was in great pain. Roar! With a low roar, the large dog's body moved rhythmically from bottom to top, from inside to outside. As it moved, strands of blood were expelled from its body, turning into blood scabs that covered every corner of its body. As expected, the black dog is about to break through. Just in time, Ziyue muttered. Previously, he had deliberately bought a bottle of bloodline pills from the auction to improve the black dog's bloodline power. At this time, the black dog had already swallowed all 3 bloodline pills. Under the refinement and improvement of its bloodline power, its originally fat body had become more refined, and it looked more robust and powerful. Naturally, its aura and foundation were more vigorous than before. Now that it had finally completed its transformation, it was about to officially break through. From a chi refinement stage, it had completely advanced to the spirit detecting stage. In any case, it's a demonic beast that has grown up with me. I'll lend you a hand. Seeing the pain and difficulty of the black dog's breakthrough, Ziyue's expression did not change, and he reached out his hand slightly. Suddenly, a ball of spiritual light rushed out. Roar! The black dog's spirit was lifted, and it immediately let out an excited roar. The extra force that appeared out of nowhere helped it break through a few checkpoints like a hot knife through butter. In a spurt of energy, it instantly opened a checkpoint, and its body became lighter. It had broken through. Awoo! With a sharp and excited roar, the black dog's body quickly grew taller as it broke through. Almost in an instant, it grew to a length of 3 feet and a giant beast of more than 2 feet. This time, because of Ziyue's help, it still retained some strength when it broke through. As if it was dissatisfied with the blood scabs on its body flashed with a green light, and its body shook violently. In an instant, tiny pieces of blood scabs scattered in all directions. With the advantage of its size, the black dog could not help but look down on Ziyue. Its doggy eyes habitually slanted, and its doggy face immediately looked up, as though it was pleased with itself. With its tall body and surging strength, it could clearly feel how powerful it was at that moment. It immediately swelled up, and it suddenly felt eager to fight Ziyue. Ziyue's face twitched, and he struck out with his palm at lightning speed. Even if you have broken through to the spirit detecting realm, you're still a stupid dog. There's no saving you. A howl was heard. The black dog's body slammed heavily into the wall of the spirit beast room, and it stuck to the wall for about 30 seconds before falling down. After some thought, Ziyue reached out his hand and tapped again, and a tiny golden pagoda rushed out. Soon, a gigantic white tiger appeared. The black dog, who was just about to get up from the ground, immediately stiffened and involuntarily slumped back down. "Master," White Tiger said respectfully. "Train it well." Ziyue nodded gently, and then turned to leave. Awoo! The black dog's body trembled, as though it understood Ziyue's words, and immediately let out a wail. White Tiger's tiger face was filled with excitement. As it was about to take action, it slammed its tail, and the door suddenly closed. Chapter 461. Let's begin. Ziyue stood in the crafting room. With a thought, he stretched out his hand, and a 5-colored flame that resembled a furnace instantly bloomed. Ubijna, 10,000 Flames Furnace. The 10,000 Flames Furnace originated from the Wanxiang sect of the ancient Barren region. It was said that the Wanxiang sect was inextricably linked to the Wanxiang sect, a sect that flourished in the ancient Barren region 7,000 years ago. The 10,000 Flames Furnace was said to have originated from the Hall of Weapon Refinement of the Wanxiang sect. It was most suitable for crafting weapons and elixir pills. At this moment, the 10,000 Flames Furnace had transformed into a natural furnace. It really complemented each other. Without hesitation, Ziyue hurriedly took out the 5th grade Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone from his storage bag. The Demon Bone's arm was thick and long. It was as clear as jade and was a natural sword embryo. Therefore, Bai Ziyue had originally considered blood sacrificially refining a flying sword. He guided it with his consciousness and tossed it slightly. Instantly, the demon bone appeared in the center of the 10,000 Flames Furnace. Surrounded by the endless 5-colored flame, it floated up and down. Sizzle, scorching heat, surged out continuously and acted on the demon bone. Ziyue also continued to expend his consciousness to maintain the Ubijna. Under the burning of the 5-colored flame that was comparable to the golden core primordial fire, The surface of the Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone changed slightly and gradually showed signs of melting. Good. The Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone is finally melting. Everything is ready. Next, I just have to follow the prescribed order and continue to make adjustments. Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he could not help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. In the entire crafting process, the most difficult part was the beginning of the smelting of the 5th grade spiritual material, the Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone. Now that the Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone was being smelted, it meant that his natal Dharma treasure was half-formed. However, Ziyue did not feel proud because of this. The crafting of a Dharma treasure, especially a natal Dharma treasure, was never a simple matter. The combination of materials, the extraction of impurities, the control of temperature, the change of spiritual energy. There were all kinds of problems. Even though Ziyue had the strength of an early 3rd grade blacksmith, he did not dare to be careless. He had to be extra careful. Soon, the entire primordial soul realm demon bone was completely smelted. The gray impurities were also burned by the 5-colored flames. Coupled with the extraction of his weapon refining technique, they were reduced to ashes. In a furnace of 10,000 flames, there was only a white liquid left. This solution was the essence of the demon bone. It was also the key to his natal treasure being able to meet his expectations. Immediately after, Ziyue began to toss the other materials into the furnace. Heavenly Heartstone, 1,000-layer wood, void jade ointment, stellar purple sand, 10,000-year meteorite gold, all kinds of materials were thrown in. These materials were very precious. Any one of them could be used as the main material for other cultivators' natal Dharma treasures. However, in Ziyue's hands, they seemed very ordinary. Under the smelting of his 5-colored flames, they melted in a liquid almost instantly and reached the purest and most refined level. Occasionally, he would take out various 2nd grade and 3rd grade spiritual water and smelt them together. Sometimes, he would control the flames and smelt them according to the corresponding temperature and environment. He would extract all the impurities from the various materials. Then, under Ziyue's control, they were fused into the Essence Soul Realm Demon Bone. After more than 10 primordial stones and materials, Ziyue's mind stirred again. 7 or 8 demon treasures of various grades, including the magic treasures that Ziyue often used, such as the Divine Sword of Evasion, the Black Divine Saber, and the Divine Beating Ruler, were also taken out by him. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and threw them into the furnace of 10,000 flames. These magic treasures were not very useful to him now, but the materials themselves were very unique. They were also used as resources for refining his natal Dharma treasure. Then, Ziyue waved his hand, and dozens of materials of various grades were taken out by him. They were thrown into the furnace of 10,000 flames in succession. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, as time passed, Ziyue continued to throw in various materials for smelting. Hundreds of materials of various grades were all thrown into the furnace of 10,000 flames. They were constantly refined, purified, refined, and fused by him. When Ziyue put in the last material and fused it, a metallic solution that was overflowing with a brilliant light appeared before him. 172 materials have been combined and fused. The preliminary preparatory work is finally complete. Next, I will completely create the embryo of my natal Dharma treasure. Ziyue's eyes shone brightly. With a thought, the power of his divine sense was restored to its original state. His divine sense was like a hammer, turning into a series of refining techniques that continuously forged the materials. Soon, the entire material was forged into a sword-shaped embryo. At this time, if an ordinary person were to refine their natal Dharma treasure, it would be considered a success. But my natal Dharma treasure is different. Ziyue took a deep breath, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. He was very clear that the biggest difference between him and ordinary people was that he had the attribute panel. Because of this, The speed of his strength improvement was actually 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times faster than ordinary immortal cultivators. Others might need 100 years to break through the shackles of the realm, but he only needed an instant to do so when he had sufficient soul power. In this way, the natal Dharma treasure that required a lot of time to refine to keep up with his strength progress seemed to be somewhat unsuitable. For this reason, Ziyue pondered a lot. He even used a full hour of enlightenment before he finally found a solution. All things in the world, under the effect of spirit qi, all things are also pursuing evolution, hoping to transcend. Humans want to become immortals. Beasts want to become demons. Flowers and trees want to become spiritual creatures. And even inanimate objects like stones and iron want to open spiritual cavities and embark on the path of cultivation. Then why can't I artificially create spiritual cavities for my natal Dharma treasure so that it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth on its own, and I can provide it for it to continuously grow? Bai Ziyue made use of the time spent comprehending the Tao and his own understanding of the blacksmith Tao to quickly find a feasible path. In an instant, he poured his divine sense into the sword-shaped embryo. His divine sense entered the blade and directly entered the embryo, then turned into a cold light. Suddenly, a bubble-like hole appeared in the sword-shaped embryo. Then, without pausing, he found the right position and opened the hole. After one hole, another hole appeared. His speed could be said to be very fast. What Bai Ziyue was most familiar with was naturally the location of his own acupoints. Therefore, he followed the same pattern and directly pointed out 1,296 spiritual cavities on the sword-shaped embryo. Then, with the help of his great Tao of 1 yuan, he spun on the sword-shaped embryo. Buzz! 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 The sword-shaped embryo suddenly trembled, and the entire sword body bloomed with a layer of dazzling golden light. Is it done? Ziyue was a little hesitant, but he did not dare to be negligent. He instantly spat out a mouthful of heart blood, which directly landed on the sword-shaped embryo. Sizzle! Under the influence of the blood, an indescribable aura immediately appeared on the flying sword. And Ziyue also instantly felt that there was an additional layer of connection between him and the flying sword. The last step, Ziyue's heart moved, and with another flip, he took out a bottle of spiritual water with rampant spirit qi. 4th grade spiritual water, pinnacle life water. Without hesitation, Ziyue slightly guided, and the pinnacle life water immediately turned into a stream of light and directly poured on the sword-shaped embryo. Sizzle! The spiritual water was refined, and in an instant, a flying sword as white as jade, glittering with cold light, appeared in front of him. The flying sword has taken shape. Ziyue was excited, and he released his divine sense and began to carefully feel the flying sword. Then he was stunned. Breathing? He actually felt that the flying sword was breathing. It was automatically swallowing the spirit qi of heaven and earth. Even though the flying sword was still emitting an astonishing heat, there was indeed a wave of spirit qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings that was slowly being guided by the flying sword and poured into the flying sword. Involuntarily, Ziyue poured his divine sense into the flying sword. It was easy, and he did not feel the slightest obstruction at all. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of enlightenment in his heart. The flying sword was him, and he was the flying sword. The two were one, and there was no stagnation at all. This feeling of compatibility was something he had never felt before when using any Dharma artifacts, spirit artifacts, or even Dharma treasures. It was the same even with the Law Evasion divine sword that he had used for the longest time and refined the most deeply. Intrinsic Dharma treasure. This is a true intrinsic Dharma treasure. It is also a weapon that belongs to me alone, and only I can unleash the greatest power of this weapon. Ziyue was excited, and his eyes were emitting a divine light. Another thing worth mentioning is that the weight of this flying sword has actually reached an astonishing 13,000 kilograms. However, because it is my intrinsic Dharma treasure, I can't feel its weight at all when I use it. As for the power of this intrinsic Dharma treasure, Ziyue's divine sense entered it, and he controlled the flying sword to flash. Sizzle, the flying sword pierced through and instantly streaked across the vast sky. Immediately, a ripple appeared in the void, and its speed was extremely fast. I didn't use any sort of mortal Dharma spells at all, but the flying sword's speed has already reached an astonishing level, Ziyue thought in his heart, and took out a high-grade spirit artifact flying dagger. With a flash of thought, the flying sword had already cut through it quickly. Poof! He did not even feel the slightest stagnation, and the high-grade spirit artifact flying dagger had already been cut in two. This is just relying on the hardness and sharpness of the flying sword itself. If it is refined by the power of my divine thought and engraved with the heavenly dipper restrictions, wouldn't its power be even more shocking? Ziyue was extremely satisfied with this intrinsic Dharma treasure flying sword. In terms of grade, the flying sword might only be at the level of a beginner Dharma treasure, but because the material of its body was too strong, he even dared to directly clash with high-grade and supreme-grade Dharma treasures. Chapter 462. This flying sword is extremely sharp, tough, and has amazing potential. It can automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth and various materials, so as to quickly upgrade its grade. In this case, I'll name it Northern Darkness, Flying Sword Northern Darkness. Ziyue's heart moved, and the flying sword turned into a graceful swan, approaching from afar, automatically blurred, and entered his body, floating in his dantian. At the same time, the divine thought in his body turned slightly and poured into the flying sword, quickly washing and refining it. Almost instantly, he felt the spiritual cavities inside the flying sword tremble slightly. As it breathed in and out, the quality and power of the flying sword slowly increased. The next day, immortal Richwater's disciple, Su Ming of the Qingshu sect, came to visit. "Greetings, Senior Kunlun." Su Ming bowed respectfully and said, "These are the 10 cultivation skills that my master asked me to give you, which can help you reach the peak of the divine realm. Please have a look. In addition, my master specially asked me to tell you that he has delayed a lot of official business because of Marshal Uncle Su. Now, official business is piled up, and he can't leave to visit you in person. Please forgive him." Of course, official business is the priority. Fellow Taoist Richwater is too polite. Ziyue waved his hand and didn't care. He knew that Reverend Fu Shui was the elder of the field hall of the Qingshu sect. In the Blood Mountain City, he was second only to the elder. Now that the Qingshu summit of the Blood Mountain City was about to begin, he naturally had countless things to do. It was normal that he could not leave. Then, Ziyue took the 10 jade slips, touched them with his divine thought, and then asked, "By the way, how is your martial Uncle Su now?" "Senior, thank you for your concern. According to your method, the miasma in my martial uncle's body has been completely removed. Although his pneuma is still damaged, he can fully recover after a period of rest. Moreover, this injury didn't damage his cultivation, so he is very grateful. If he hadn't recovered and couldn't go out, he would have come to visit you in person." Su Ming replied quickly, "It's good that you have the heart. You don't have to do this. I don't care about these things," Ziyue said with a smile. Then, the two chatted casually for a while and confirmed the time to go to the Qingshu sect. Su Ming then left. After Su Ming left, Ziyue couldn't wait to return to his secret cultivation room. 10 cultivation techniques that can lead one to the peak of the divine realm. In front of Su Ming, he still maintained his calm. But in his heart, he had long been impatient to investigate these 10 cultivation techniques. At this moment, looking at the 10 jade slips, he suddenly felt a little excited. Purple Jade Smokescreen Technique, Water Dragon Technique, Mountain Splitting Earth Technique, Great Sun Divine Technique, Heaven and Earth Reversal Technique, Jade Void True Technique, Du Tian Fiend God Technique. Ziyue's spiritual will once again came into contact with these jade slips, and the information inside immediately flashed through his mind. One by one, he saw the various cultivation techniques. These cultivation techniques are not only at the level of the divine realm. Each of them includes the cultivation techniques at the three levels of the chi refining realm, the aperture realm, and the divine realm. All of them are cultivation techniques that can help an ordinary person from the initial stage of the immortal method cultivator to the peak of the divine realm step by step. He was slightly surprised, but he was also pleasantly surprised, because this kind of cultivation technique, starting from the shallow to the deep and continuing correspondingly, could let him pry into the cultivation philosophy of the Creator and the goal he wanted to achieve after the cultivation. It would also be of great help to him when he was creating the cultivation technique, even though he soon found that these cultivation techniques were only famous in name. In fact, their grades were not very high. Because the divine realm cultivation technique was generally the continuation of the aperture realm cultivation technique, the grade of the cultivation technique was directly related to the number of acupoints ignited. Take the purple chi divine observation method that Ziyue had obtained earlier as an example. Not to mention the chi refining realm, the number of acupoints ignited at the aperture realm was 369, and the divine realm cultivation technique was created based on the 369 acupoints ignited. The general principle was that the acupoints would absorb the essence of heaven and earth and then nourish the spiritual will. The spiritual will would be strengthened, and the soul of the cultivator would be strengthened. The divine realm strengthened the spirit of the immortal method cultivator, which was the soul. Usually, the more solid the foundation was at the aperture realm, and the more acupoints ignited, the greater the soul strength of the cultivator would increase after the cultivation. Naturally, the grade of the cultivation technique would be higher. Therefore, the number of acupoints ignited at the aperture realm often determined the upper limit of a cultivator's potential. It was not that there were no heavenly materials and earthly treasures that broke the norm of cultivation techniques, but not every cultivator of the immortal method cultivator had such opportunities and luck. Among these 10 cultivation techniques, the most brilliant ones are the Jade virtual skill and the divine demonic skill. Both of them are divine realm cultivation techniques that include about 600 acupoints. Ziyue had a little calculation in his heart, but he did not feel disappointed. In the beginning, he was able to create the 1 yuan Great Tao method that included 1,296 acupoints on the basis of low-grade aperture realm cultivation techniques. Naturally, he was confident that from the accumulation of these divine realm cultivation techniques, he could create a follow-up method that was similar to the 1 yuan Great Tao method. 10 cultivation techniques that can lead to the peak of the divine realm. In addition to my previous accumulation, I can give it a try to comprehend the Tao and create a new cultivation technique. Even if I don't succeed in creating a perfect follow-up technique, I can still absorb and summarize these techniques and accumulate experience for the next time I create a new technique. Ziyue was a little anxious about the follow-up cultivation techniques. Now that he had 10 divine realm cultivation techniques that could lead to the peak of the divine realm, he was naturally eager to try. I still have 21 million soul energy, which is enough for me to be extravagant. Ziyue's eyes fell on the attribute panel, and he immediately stopped hesitating. Consume 1 million soul energy points to exchange for 100 minutes of enlightenment time. Exchange. Ziyue chose to exchange without hesitation. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his thinking, perception, the speed of the operation of his divine thoughts, the perception of heaven and earth, and all other senses had improved countless times. At this moment, the capture of all kinds of inspiration had been raised to the limit. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the purple jade smokescreen method, water dragon incantation, mountain and earth splitting method, great sun divine skill, great reversal of heaven and earth method, jade virtual skill, Du Tian celestial demonic skill, purple chi divine observation method, and countless other information about the divinity realm cultivation methods. Many of the previous accumulations, the flashes of inspiration, the collisions of various cultivation theories, and he integrated understanding and comprehension of the integration of understanding and comprehension instantly rushed into his mind at this moment, turning into nourishment for him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, unknowingly, a cultivation technique had formed in his mind. But soon, he abandoned this cultivation technique, because this was not the cultivation technique he needed. The level of the cultivation technique and the number of acupoints it contained were far from the level of the One Yuan Great Way. Then, his thoughts moved again, and a new cultivation technique was condensed, but it still did not work and was abandoned by him. This cycle repeated again and again. Buzz. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyelids twitched, and a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. Time was up. It seems that only a moment has passed, but in fact, it has been a long time. It seems that a long time has passed, but in fact, it is only a moment. This is enlightenment. However, 100 minutes of enlightenment time. In the end, I still haven't created a cultivation technique that I'm satisfied with. My foundation is still a little lacking. The accumulation is not enough, and the number of cultivation techniques is too small. Ziyue was slightly regretful, but he felt that it was reasonable. If his requirements were not too high, it would be simple. Whether it was the Jade virtual skill or the Divine demonic skill, they were both good cultivation techniques. And the level of the several cultivation techniques he created in the 100 minutes of enlightenment time, even if they did not meet his requirements, could be regarded as brilliant. However, with the One Yuan Great Way as the foundation, the top cultivation technique of the enlightenment level in the world, his requirements for the divine realm cultivation techniques naturally had to be raised to match it. Why would he choose a cultivation technique with a lower achievement if it could be better? Wait, in fact, I can create cultivation techniques in another way. Previously, the first thing I thought of was to create a complete divine realm cultivation technique, from the early stage of the divine realm to the peak stage of the divine realm. This is convenient, but the requirement for my accumulation is correspondingly higher. More than 10 cultivation techniques that can lead to the peak stage of the divine realm are obviously not enough. Moreover, after all, I have just broken through to the divine realm, and my understanding of the power of the middle stage of the divine realm, or even the peak stage of the divine realm, is not profound enough. Although it wasn't impossible to rashly create this kind of cultivation method that was far above my realm, the difficulty would increase by too much. It is better to take one step at a time and create a cultivation technique at the peak of the early stage of the divine realm first, and then consider the follow-up. In this way, because I am in the early stage of the divine realm, my understanding of the power of this realm is profound enough, and it is much easier. Suddenly, Ziyue's heart moved, and his inspiration surged. Without hesitation, he chose to exchange for enlightenment time again. This time it was 30 minutes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour later, Ziyue got out of enlightenment time. Sure enough, my idea is right. Although I still haven't created a divine realm cultivation technique that is enough for me to cultivate, and it is comparable to the One Yuan Great Way, this time I chose to create a cultivation technique that can lead to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. In many aspects, such as the degree of completion, the level of the cultivation technique, the strength of the power, the improvement of the soul, and so on, is far better than when I created the cultivation technique that can lead to the peak stage of the divine realm. In addition, I also found that I am actually only one step away from creating a real cultivation technique at the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. Now, although it is just a prototype, maybe a certain inspiration can help me to take this step and completely perfect the cultivation technique that can lead to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes, and there was a thoughtful look on his face, as if he had gained something. This time, although he didn't really create a follow-up cultivation technique, he had found the direction and was full of confidence and certainty. The harvest was also great. Chapter 463. This year's Qingshu Summit is still as successful as before. Although there was a crisis in the middle, it was solved in time. It was indeed very successful. The total price is more than 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. If there is no turbulence in such a successful Qingshu summit, I always feel a little uncomfortable. What do you think? What do you mean, Your Highness? I heard that every time the Qingshu summit ends, the Qingshu sect will send a batch of harvest back to the sect. After so many years, the Qingshu sect has gradually deepened its foundation by relying on the dividend every 10 years. Now it has a tendency to become the head of the 4 sects in the cloud. Tell the others that I want this year's harvest. But in the past, the immortal spiritual coffin personally escorted it. He can't leave. Yes, at the top of the Blood Mountain in the Blood Mountain City. Senior Kunlun, please. Su Ming respectfully welcomed Ziyue to the platform at the top of the mountain. Immortal Richwater, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly came up and said, "Fellow Taoist Kunlun, I've been busy with worldly affairs during this period. Please forgive me for not greeting you well." The venerable Master Golden Court also greeted him. "You're too polite." Ziyue waved his hand, glanced around, and asked with some doubts, "It seems that there are many people going to the Qingshu sect this time." At this time, there were at least dozens of practitioners in groups of 2s and 3s in the whole square. The weakest of them was at the Aperture Opening Realm. Among them, there were as many as 5 or 6 who had reached the Divine Realm. In addition, what made his pupils shrink was that there was a warship on the scene. It was a warship with a length of 700 feet and a width of more than 300 feet. This warship was much larger than the one sent by the Celestial Spirit sect to the ancient desolate region. It was loaded with all kinds of spiritual objects. Obviously, it would be sent back to the Qingshu sect together with them. "Yes, this time, we will take the Blood Mountain warship back to the sect together." Reverend Richwater nodded and explained casually. Then, he pulled Ziyue to the place where the group of Divine Realm reverends gathered and said, "Fellow cultivator of Kunlun, let me introduce you. You should know this person when you attended the auction. He is Venerable Fengqin from the Qingshu sect. He is an elder of the Qingshu sect's Treasure Spirit Hall and is a grade 3 spiritual plant master. He is only here on a temporary basis to help host the auction." The others were Zhenren Zhuwu, Zhenren Huangyu, and Zhenren Guishan. They are all true disciples of our field hall. They have made great contributions in many expeditions. I am the Kunlun Taoist. Greetings to Reverend Windharp, Reverend Zhuwu, Reverend Yellow Moon, and Reverend Guishan. Ziyue had already noticed these experts of the Divine Realm. Among them, Immortal Windharp was the strongest. He was at the late Divine Realm. As for the other 3, one was at the middle Divine Realm, and the other 2 were at the early Divine Realm. They were not weak. He quickly bowed and said politely, "Kunlun Taoist? The alchemy master who has become famous recently? I have long heard of your name. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you this time." Immortal Windharp was slightly surprised and replied politely, "Greetings, Master Kunlun." Zhenren Zhuwu and the others, who were still a little confused, quickly greeted back. "Fellow cultivator of Kunlun has been invited by me to join the Qingshu sect. He is one of the rare high-grade 3 elixir masters in the cloud-piercing mountain range. With him joining us, the strength of the Qingshu sect will increase by several folds." Reverend Richwater also introduced him at the right time. The rest of the people were shocked. They had thought that Ziyue was at most a grade 3 elixir master. After all, it was rare for a rogue cultivator to reach the early grade 3 elixir master. They did not expect his true alchemy skills to reach the high grade 3 elixir master. In the entire Qingshu sect, such alchemy skills were only inferior to perfected cultivator Danshun, who was a grade 4 elixir master. He was even better than perfected elixir master, who was supposed to be the next palace master of the Treasure Pill Hall. When they faced by Ziyue, they immediately became a lot more enthusiastic. Their actions were even somewhat respectful. A grade 3 elixir master had a great chance to take charge of the Treasure Pill Hall in the future. It was inevitable that they would need his help in the future. Naturally, they did not dare to neglect him. "What's the commotion?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, perfected cultivator Ling Coffin." Reverend Richwater and the others quickly turned around and looked respectfully at the newcomer. "Greetings, perfected cultivator Ling Coffin." Ziyue was also surprised and greeted politely. The newcomer was perfected cultivator Ling Coffin, who he had only heard of at the auction. Ziyue secretly sized up the newcomer. He was tall and thin, and his hair and beard were a little white. His eyes seemed turbid, but there was a faint light flashing in them. His aura was not obvious, but standing there, it was as if he was in harmony with the whole world. It was incomparably natural. His aura was natural. "You are the Grade 3 Elixir Master Kunlun who is about to join the Qingshu sect, as mentioned by Richwater." Sure enough, perfected cultivator Ling Coffin's turbid eyes fell on Ziyue. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. He asked hesitantly, "How many acupoints have you opened and entered the divine realm?" "Don't get me wrong. I just feel that your aura is vigorous, which is obviously not what an ordinary individual cultivator can achieve. That's why I asked." Occasionally, I had an opportunity to enter the enlightenment state twice in a row. Only then did I find a way. Fortunately, I was able to enter the divine realm with more than 800 acupoints. Ziyue said calmly. It was too exaggerated to enter the divine realm with 1,296 acupoints. Naturally, he had to hide it. Although more than 800 acupoints could only be achieved by the inherited disciples of the big sects, it was not too shocking. It was just right. In addition, it was worth mentioning that more than 800 acupoints referred to a lot of people. Therefore, even if perfected cultivator Ling Coffin could easily distinguish whether others were lying or not, he could not detect the abnormality in Ziyue's words. Entering the divine realm with 800 acupoints, your foundation is very stable. Plus your strength in alchemy, you are even expected to enter the gold core realm in the future. In addition, opportunities also represent strength, especially enlightenment. Without enough strength and foundation, how can you be immersed in enlightenment? My little friend, you are a little undervalued. Perfected cultivator Ling Coffin attached more importance to Ziyue, a third-grade high-rank alchemist, and a third-grade high-rank alchemist who was expected to enter the gold core realm had completely different status in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he quickly reached out and revealed a spiritual talisman. He said, "In fact, to enter the Qingshu sect, you have to go through a background examination, although there is generally no problem. But it is hard to guarantee that someone will ignore the interests of the sect and make things difficult for you, which will cause more twists and turns. If you're assigned a position that is not in line with your identity, it will be a huge loss for the Qingshu sect. So, this is my identity spiritual talisman. Once someone makes things difficult for you, you can use it. I believe that no one dares to despise me. These are just trifles. The biggest function of this identity spiritual talisman is to contact the temple master directly. Once you're in danger, you can ask for help directly. Once the temple master receives it, he will definitely come to rescue you immediately. This is a real, life-saving treasure. Fellow cultivator Kunlun, even I am jealous of how much the temple master values you." Golden Court Shangren could not help but say. The others could not help but reveal looks of envy in their eyes. This, Ziyue suddenly hesitated. This gift was a little too much. Although he might not necessarily be able to use it, after all, his strength was sufficient. At the very least, he wouldn't have any fear when facing a deity realm cultivator, and if he really encountered a golden core realm cultivator, he reckoned that even if he asked for help, it would be extremely difficult for him to wait for help. But this did not mean that the identity spiritual talisman was not precious. At least in the Qingshu sect, it was equivalent to a natural protective talisman, which was extremely useful. "Take it," I said. "Don't undervalue yourself. Maybe in the future, there will be a time when I ask for help." Perfected cultivator Ling Coffin said with a smile. "In that case, thank you very much, perfected cultivator Ling Coffin." Ziyue reached out to take it and said solemnly, This also meant that he was willing to accept this favor. Temple Master, this time, won't you go to the sect with us? Perfected Fu Shui, who was on the side, heard the different meaning. He was slightly surprised and hurriedly asked. Someone in the Sky Star Mountain found the traces of the Black Mountain Old Ghost. I have to stay in the Blood Mountain City to guard against any unusual movements. Perfected Ling Coffin nodded and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Perfected Fu Shui's pupils shrank, and he could not help but blurt out, "The Black Mountain Old Ghost is not dead yet." Demon cultivators are the most strange and difficult to deal with. They are very difficult to kill. Last time, Jingxiu Householder and I attacked together and only seriously injured him. This time, he is likely to make a comeback. When you return to the sect, you must also report to the sect master, just in case. Perfected Ling Coffin shook his head and felt a little headache. Yes. Perfected Fu Shui nodded with a solemn face. Then, Perfected Ling Coffin did not stay for long and hurriedly left. Perfected Fu Shui quickly calmed down and said directly, "Everyone, get on the ship and let's go." Immediately, one figure after another leaped onto the warship. "Fellow cultivator of the Kunlun sect, please," Perfected Wind Zither said with a smile. "Please." Ziyue also saluted back and then jumped on the warship. Soon, a total of 7 perfected gods, including Ziyue, and more than 30 cultivators of the Qingshu sect in the Aperture Enlightening Realm, jumped on the warship together. After getting on the warship, Ziyue found that the whole warship was set up with a space-expanding Sumeru formation. The warship, which was already somewhat huge, became extremely spacious. Countless spiritual objects that were not suitable for storage bag were piled up on the warship, layer upon layer, and the spiritual chi was wanton. Up! With a low shout, a layer of misty fog suddenly rose on the warship, and many defensive, concealment, phantom, and other formations were activated. Rumble! Soon, the entire warship rose into the air, and with a slight sway, it charged out. Chapter 464. The battleship rose into the air, rushed out of the city defending array of the Blood Mountain City, and rushed toward the Qingshu sect. This battleship inside the battleship, Zue was looking at it curiously. As a lower-grade 3 weapon refiner, he could see that the battleship was not simple. It was a special magic treasure like the shuttle and the Shumi True Mansion. However, the battleship was hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than the shuttle and the Shumi True Mansion in terms of size, complexity, and refining difficulty. At a glance, he saw at least hundreds of various parts on the battleship. Including the internal parts, there were at least tens of thousands of parts with different functions. With so many parts, the hardness of each part was at least at the level of a magic weapon, and many of them were at the level of a spiritual weapon or even a magic treasure. Zue estimated that even if there was a special formula of each part, it would take at least a higher-grade 3 weapon refiner to coordinate with hundreds of first- and second-grade weapon refiners to polish and refine the battleship. It would take more than half a year. Not to mention the fact that the warship was covered with spirit arrays, each of which required the participation of at least 1 grade 3 advanced spirit array master to complete. The difficulty of this task was truly beyond one's imagination. He estimated that the cost of a battleship should be about 20,000 to 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones, which could be called a large spending weapon. This is the Blood Mountain battleship. It not only has the Shumi array to expand the space, but also the higher-grade 3 defensive array, the illusionary spirit array, and a lower-grade 3 concealment array, which have many functions such as defense, concealment, and illusionary spirit array. In addition, its speed is not slow, comparable to that of a practitioner at the late stage of the divine realm. The only pity is that the offensive array of the battleship was destroyed in an early battle. Otherwise, the battleship's attack power would be fierce. Even if it was operated by a group of practitioners at the Aperture Enlightening Realm, it would be enough to burst out a full blow comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the divine realm. Immortal Fu Shui saw the curiosity in Ziyue's eyes and could not help but explain. It's really powerful. Ziyue nodded. He had felt the power of the battleship. Back then, Sky River Daoist had controlled the warship to bombard him violently. If he had not escaped underground to escape, his fate would have been worrying. However, this warship was obviously even more powerful. Even though it was just an aperture in Lightning Realm cultivator, it was able to unleash the terrifying power of an expert at the peak of the divine realm. It was truly shocking. The only pity is that this warship consumes a terrifying amount of energy. For example, it takes us 3 days to travel from the Blood Mountain City to the Qingshu sect. During this period, the number of spiritual stones consumed has reached 30 upper-grade spiritual stones. Once there is a battle, the consumption will be even more terrifying. It may be more than 300 upper-grade spiritual stones a day. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to bear it. Taoist Rich Water said with emotion. Duck listened quietly and could only sigh in amazement. By the way, I heard you mention that old ghost Black Mountain before. He seems to be a Devil Dao cultivator. Could it be that there are many Devil Dao cultivators here? Ziyue asked doubtfully. Now, it wasn't the first time he had heard news about Devil Dao cultivators. Previously, when he traveled with Xiu Dasang and the others, they said that Devil Dao cultivators were the most dangerous existence. Now that he heard news about old ghost Black Mountain, even perfected Lordling Coffin was very afraid of him. He was suddenly a little curious. Demonic Dao cultivators are truly difficult to deal with because of their endless and strange methods. In particular, they are insidious and cunning. Their methods are strange, and they can unknowingly trick others. They can transform them into materials for their magic treasures, or even control their bodies and minds, turning them into their puppets. Moreover, because Devil Dao cultivation methods are often very easy to master, many righteous cultivators will secretly cultivate Devil Dao cultivation methods and become Devil Dao cultivators. As a result, they were often unable to kill all of them and were extremely difficult to deal with. As for Old Ghost Black Mountain, he is a Devil Dao cultivator entrenched nearby. He has the cultivation of middle stage Golden Core realm and is extremely powerful. 10 years ago, the Palace Master and Quiet Autumn Householder, who is also at the middle stage Golden Core realm, joined forces and only seriously injured Old Ghost Black Mountain. Now that he has shown up again, it is estimated that there will be a bloody storm again. Golden Court Esteemed Being couldn't help but come closer at this time and said. Hearing this, Ziyue came to a realization. Cultivators of the immortal Tao cultivated their strength, and more importantly, their hearts. However, there were often people with bad temperaments among cultivators. Once their cultivation was not smooth, they were often easily tempted by Devil Dao cultivators and turned to cultivate Devil Dao cultivation methods. In order to become stronger faster, they would naturally kill and plunder all the resources to quickly advance. Therefore, Devil Dao cultivators were often extremely difficult to eradicate, because if you killed one, there might be more appearing soon. Even if one was a Daoist friend today, the other party might not be able to resist the temptation of increasing strength the next day and step into the Devil Dao, becoming your enemy. Unless the fiendish cultivators were eradicated from a root, such as the Black Mountain Old Ghost, and then the fiendish cultivators would be constantly searched for and killed. Only then would the fiendish cultivators gradually disappear. In the entire cloud-piercing mountain range, almost all the cultivators hated Devil Dao cultivators. Almost all the cultivators in the cloud-piercing mountain range once organized a large-scale operation to exterminate Devil Dao cultivators. However, in just a few years, the Devil Dao cultivators had risen from the ashes, making people helpless. Later on, the various sects found out that a Devil Dao sect had appeared in the cloud-piercing mountain range. It was widely rumored that the strongest sects in the cloud-piercing mountain range were the 4 sects: Clear Void Sect, Tai, Immortal Sect, Thunder Sect, and Great Buddha Sect. This is because we have discovered 7 or 8 gold core stage Devil Lords, even more than our Clear Void Sect. One must know that our clear void sect is now faintly on the verge of becoming one of the four sections. However, no one has truly found the mountain gate of the true devil sect. Perhaps someone has found it, but they died and the news could not be spread. Therefore, we guess that there might be a large heavenly abode magic treasure in the true devil sect. Their mountain gate is probably inside that heavenly abode magic treasure. Only by finding that heavenly abode magic treasure will we be able to destroy the true devil sect and eliminate the devil Tao. Taoist master Fu Shui said with a slightly serious tone. True devil sect? Heavenly abode magic treasure? Ziyue was stunned. If it wasn't for Taoist master Fu Shui, he wouldn't have known about it. Some of the information about the cloud-piercing mountain range in the Blood Peak City would not have such information. However, from this, he had broadened his horizons. He now had a clearer understanding of the power structure of the cloud-piercing mountain range. Following that, the Blood Peak warship continued to fly. Ziyue also found a place to silently cultivate and study the great Tao characters. During this period of time, although the time he spent on Tao runes had decreased, after a period of cultivation and research, he was finally about to master the second Tao rune. Naturally, he had to work harder. Soon, Ziyue's eyelids twitched, and a carefree feeling gushed out. I've comprehended it. The second great Tao character. This time it's wood. It's a wood character that is full of vitality and life force. Ziyue was slightly excited. The word fire from before had already allowed him to sense the profundity of the words of the Grand Tao. Now, the word would cause him to sigh with emotion in his heart, and he actually faintly comprehended a trace of the Tao of the circulation of the heavens and the earth. Fire, and would help to ignite. The combination of these two great Tao characters seems to be able to make the power of the attack flame stronger. He muttered in his heart, as if he had comprehended something. After a while, he recovered from the excitement of comprehending the second great Tao character. With a flip of his hand, a piece of green copper appeared. Unfortunately, I still haven't found anyone who understands the Demon Clan's language. Therefore, this Demon Clan's cultivation method still hasn't seen the light of day. Now, I can only hope that there will be records of this in the Qingsu sect. He was actually quite looking forward to the Demon Clan's cultivation method recorded in the green copper in his hand. Not only did he vaguely discover some wonderful things from the roadmap of the cultivation method, but also because he had an inexplicable intuition in his heart that this Demon Clan's cultivation method might be a great help to him in creating the Divine Realm's cultivation method. 7 Divine Realm practitioners. Although there is one more than expected, in order to be foolproof, we have 9 people. Together with the 20 or so Aperture Enlightening Realm demons recruited, it's enough to deal with them and still have some left over. The only trouble is that Immortal Richwater. Although he usually doesn't show his strength, as far as I know, he has the strength of a 9-star Divine Realm as early as 20 years ago. Otherwise, Immortal Ling Coffin wouldn't have let him escort this batch of materials. In a stretch of barren mountains, a practitioner said in a hoarse voice, 10 years ago, I had a brief fight with him. His strength has indeed reached the level of a 9-star deity. However, 10 years ago, I might have been weaker than him. Now, 10 years have passed, and I am no longer the same as before. Coupled with the help of this yellow mist true demon formation, he will definitely die. A man with a pale face and a somewhat feminine appearance said. That Kunlun Taoist is said to be an alchemist recently recruited by the Qingsu sect. His alchemy skills shouldn't be weak, at least at the early stage of the 3rd grade. A 3rd grade alchemist can greatly increase the foundation of a sect. Therefore, in addition to Immortal Richwater, we can't let Kunlun Taoist escape either. Kunlun Taoist must die. Immortal Xieyun, I'll leave him to you. The fighting strength of alchemists is weak, and he is only at the early stage of the Divine Realm. I think with your strength of a 3-star Divine Realm, you should be able to deal with him, right? The practitioner with the hoarse voice said again, looking at a middle-aged practitioner. Don't worry, he won't survive. Of course, Immortal Xieyun was confident. A 3-star Divine Realm practitioner was equivalent to the first class of the middle stage Divine Realm. Naturally, it would be easy for him to deal with an alchemist who had just stepped into the early stage of the Divine Realm. Chapter 465. The warship soared through the sky at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the entire void suddenly darkened. The yellow fog that filled the sky was so thick that it was frightening. It covered the entire sky and the sun, blocking out the entire world. At the same time, there was a gust of cold wind blowing, and the world suddenly became gloomy and dark. Not good. There's an ambush. Be careful. This yellow mist is poisonous. Quickly take the antidote. My divine sense can't be used, and I can't rush out after probing less than 100 meters. The communication talisman has also lost its effect. A series of exclamations could be heard. It's the yellow mist, true demon formation. Venerable Master Golden Court's expression changed. The yellow mist true demon formation not only had a poisonous attack that affected the strength of cultivators, but could also seal divine sense and block communication talismans. It was a common formation used by the true demon sect to ambush enemies. It was very clever and had great effects. Guguts? Taoist Master Richwater's eyes were cold, and almost immediately he activated the defensive formation on the Blood Peak warship. But in the next moment, attacks from afar fell one after another, fiercely bombarding the Blood Peak warship. Rumble. Almost instantly, the defensive formation on the warship dimmed to the extreme, and then under the attack of a blood-red sword. Chi! It quickly shattered. Gagaga. Taoist Master Richwater. How have you been? A slightly crazy voice quickly came out. I heard that your Qingshu summit was very successful, with millions of high-grade spirit stones in your hands. It makes people jealous. Immediately after, a cold voice sounded in an instant. So, we'll accept the offerings this time. You don't have any objections, right? The crazy voice sounded again. Black Crow Old Demon? Poison-Faced Scholar? Taoist Taomyui was shocked. These two were demonic cultivators with 8-star or even 9-star battle prowess. However, his tone became even colder as he said, if you want to obtain this batch of treasures, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Then, almost without hesitation, he stepped out of the warship and quickly rushed out. However, at the same time, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Ziyue. Fellow Taoist Kunlun, I'm sorry, I didn't expect a demonic cultivator to take action this time. Be careful later, protect your own life. In addition, I've already informed Venerable Master Golden Court. He will protect you. Ziyue was slightly stunned, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Venerable Master Golden Court quickly. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, as long as I'm alive. Venerable Master Taoist Kunlun, Taoist Kunlun, Taoist Kunlun, Kunluns, Kunlun Kunluo, Kunluo Kunlun, Kunluo Kunluo, I have the power to protect myself. Bai Ziyue quickly said. Kunluo, Taoist Master Venerable Kunlun. Venerable Master Golden Court thought that Bai Ziyue was very strong. After all, even he did not have much confidence in facing such a large number of strange and powerful fiendish cultivators. Naturally, he did not believe that Bai Ziyue could protect himself. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Ziyue was only at the early stage of the God Realm, and he was also an alchemist who was known for his weak battle strength. He estimated that even the aftermath of the battle would seriously injure him. If he really died, not only would it be a loss for the Qingshu sect, but he could not bear the consequences. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, he once again shot out a 3rd-grade middle defensive talisman and wrapped Ziyue in it. With 2 layers of protection, Kunlun would not die because of the aftermath. Ziyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had never enjoyed such protection before. However, the fact that Venerable Kunlun was protecting him made it inconvenient for him to attack. Kill. Die. At this moment, dozens of demonic cultivators with different strengths suddenly rushed over, and all kinds of strange attacks were quickly launched. The sky was filled with ghostly shadows, toxins, and evil magic treasures, and they quickly swept over. This time, the disciples of the Qingshu sect who came with the Blood Mountain worship were also brave and skilled cultivators from the field hall. They also attacked at the first moment, and all kinds of attacks were launched. Rumble. The void trembled, and yellow fog filled the air. The battle immediately became extremely intense. Venerable Master Golden Court also encountered a powerful enemy at this time. A demonic cultivator at the late stage of the god realm quickly rushed toward him. An orange long sail was rolled up, and immediately white skeletons and black ghosts rushed out. When the long sail was rolled up, he waved his black robe, and there seemed to be a hidden space inside it. Suddenly, a sky full of dead people's skulls rushed out. The two eye sockets of these dead people's skulls were shining with a strange green light, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. Their mouths were ghastly, and they were madly biting up and down, as if they were going to devour someone. Humph! Venerable Master Golden Court's heart sank. A golden spear turned into a sharp arrow and stabbed out fiercely. Sizzle! Countless white skeletons were crushed the moment they collided with the spear. However, the orange long sail of the demonic cultivator rolled up, and the golden spear was immediately entangled. Then, the dead people's skulls crazily wrapped around the spear. Then, there were many ghosts that were almost solid, and in-chi filled the air. They were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. You're courting death. Venerable Master Golden Court's expression did not change. In an instant, a golden light swept out, and almost in an instant, it wrapped all the dead people's skulls and ghosts, and then refined them. Countless screams of souls could be heard as well. Then, he changed his mind and poured it all into his natal magic treasure. Suddenly, a green light burst out from the golden spear, and with a slight tremble, it broke through the restraint of the long sail. It was like a bright moon in the sky, and fiercely stabbed. Clang! The demonic cultivator hurriedly took out a white bone shield, and only then did he manage to block the attack. However, at this moment, the white bone shield cracked and shattered. On the other side, at the same time, when Venerable Master Golden Court made his move, an early divine realm demonic cultivator used the yellow mist as cover and rushed towards Ziyue like a phantom. Before he rushed over, a blood sword had already shot out and hit the huge golden bell fiercely. Ziyue's eyes lit up. With a thought, his natal flying sword, northern underworld, rushed out from his body. You're courting death. Venerable Master Golden Court roared and threw out the golden sword without thinking. As soon as the golden sword appeared, it shot out fiercely. It was extremely fast and fiercely slashed toward the early divine realm demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator's expression changed greatly. Without thinking, a ball of blood light burst out from his body, and he disappeared on the spot. Blood shadow evasion skill. Obviously, the demonic cultivator was very clear about the strength of Venerable Master Golden Court. He was only at the early divine realm, so he could not block any of his attacks. At this time, Ziyue's flying sword had to go around the golden bell from top to bottom, so it was a step slower and could only slash at the blood sword. In an instant, the blood sword was cut into pieces. His natal flying sword did not succeed in the first battle, which made him feel a little helpless. He had to shout again, I really have the strength to protect myself. However, Venerable Master Golden Court did not have time to answer. As he was distracted, the demonic cultivator immediately found an opportunity to cover his head with a faint black light. In an instant, his 6 senses were sealed. Then, the long sail rolled up again, as if it was going to swallow him whole. At the same time, another demonic cultivator at the early divine realm rushed out from the side. After preparing for 3 breaths of time, he cast a divine sense, which fell directly on Venerable Master Golden Court. Venerable Master Golden Court immediately felt that his chi and blood were greatly depleted, and a sense of weakness arose from the bottom of his heart. Just as Bai Ziyue was about to lend a hand, a bone sword burning with dark green willow. The wisps approached from afar. It quickly arrived in front of Ziyue and ruthlessly slashed at the golden bell above his head. At the same time, a skull that looked like a human's body, like a flying knife, spun and rushed over fiercely. A cultivator in a black Taoist robe, his body like a sharp sword, made a complicated gesture with both hands. Then, he pointed slightly, and a spiritual light full of cold qi rushed quickly towards Ziyue. Die! Taoist Xie Yun sneered. He was like an assassin, lurking for a long time, just for this sure kill attack. Chi chi chi. The bone sword slashed on the middle tier, third-grade defensive talisman. It only slightly condensed, and the defensive talisman was smashed, and the remaining force fell on the golden bell. Clang! It made a loud noise. Immediately after, the skull fiercely slammed into the golden bell as it spun. Clang! The golden bell trembled. Although it was not broken, it was quickly sent flying. In the end, the cold spiritual light, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the air and rushed towards Yue along the flying golden bell. An alchemist at the early divine realm is really as weak as a chicken on the battlefield, Taoist Xie Yun whispered, and his cold face was full of cruel smiles. Being able to kill a respected third-grade alchemist with his own hands really made him feel very comfortable. Thinking that he was about to add a thick mark to his record of battle achievements, he felt even more proud. So what if he was a third-grade alchemist? On the battlefield, he could be killed easily. Chi, a muffled sound was heard. The spiritual light of the finger technique fell on Ziyue's body fiercely. However, how is this possible? Taoist Xie Yun's eyes widened in an instant, and his face was full of disbelief. His sure kill attack had been blocked. He saw the spiritual light that suddenly rose from Ziyue's body, and he suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Defensive divine ability? But his attack was also a divine ability. Moreover, this divine ability was directly cultivated to the initial realm, coupled with the suppression of his own realm. Could it be that Taoist Kunlun had cultivated the defensive divine ability to the profound realm? How is this possible? Ziyue looked at Taoist Xie Yun, who suddenly appeared and quickly attacked, and his eyes lit up. His North Sea flying sword had long been thirsty for blood. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the flying sword on him. Therefore, he did not even block the attack at all. He just displayed the seven-colored calamity avoiding spiritual light. And then with a thought, the flying sword shot out. Chapter 466. Taoist Xie Yun's move was beautiful. The three attacks seemed to have been precisely arranged. First, he used the white bone sword to tear open the third-grade, mid-tier defensive talisman. Then he used the skull to shake off the golden bell. Finally, he used the 6 true fingers, which happened to follow the open golden bell and landed on the alchemist's body. Whether it was the combination of the means or the timing of the attack, it was perfect and ingenious. On the battlefield, not far away, after Master Black Demon made a move to suppress Golden Court, he took a glance and happened to see Taoist Xie Yun's ingenious move. He immediately praised in his heart. He still had some contempt for Taoist Xie Yun, but at this moment, he also felt that after this, he could make friends with him. Then, he saw Ziyue's body blossoming with a 7-colored auspicious light, as if a Holy Spirit had reincarnated. A flying sword pierced through the air at extreme speed. His pupils shrank. Ziyue had high hope for the intrinsic flying sword that he had painstakingly refined. He could indeed sense how powerful the flying sword was. At this time, when he really used it, his whole body and mind seemed to have become one with the flying sword. The flying sword streaked across, tearing the void apart, and even connecting the two sides of heaven and earth. It was so fast that he felt a trace of carefreeness. Not good. Taoist Xie Yun's face changed, and a sudden shock emerged from the depths of his heart. He hurriedly took out a middle-grade magic treasure round shield. Then almost in the next moment, the North Sea flying sword ruthlessly stabbed the middle-grade defensive magic treasure round shield. Bang! As if it did not feel the slightest stagnation, the flying sword instantly penetrated, and the remaining force did not decrease, directly touching Daoist Xie Yun's head. With a soft sound, Daoist Xie Yun's head suddenly burst open. Spiritual energy plus 781255. Dead. This is my life origin flying sword. Although its grade is low now, its power is not inferior to some high-grade magic treasures, and its hardness can compete with supreme-grade magic treasures or even golden core treasures. It was not in vain that I spent so much energy to refine it. Zuf finally felt satisfied after verifying the grade and power of his North Sea flying sword. He stretched out his hand and put away the spoils of war that belonged to Daoist Xie Yun. Daoist Xie Yun is dead? Died at the hands of that alchemist? Daoist Black Demon was stupefied, his face full of disbelief. One should know that Daoist Xie Yun was a 3-star Divine Realm expert. However, in front of Ziyue, he was defeated by a single sword strike. Just like that? How could an alchemist at the early stage of the Divine Realm be so powerful? Rumble. The battle was still going on, and even the void was emitting mournful wails. From time to time, there would be experts falling. Ziyue put away the spoils of war, and without any hesitation, with a thought, the flying sword pierced out again. Sizzle, the dark north sword shuttled back and forth like a bolt of lightning. It quickly arrived in front of the early Divine Realm demonic cultivator who was besieging Golden Court esteemed being. That demonic cultivator sensed the danger of this sword strike, and his eyelids twitched. He felt his scalp go numb, as if a disaster was about to befall him. Almost without thinking, he immediately used the demonic sect's secret technique, the Blood Shadow escape skill. With the help of the Blood Shadow escape skill, his speed immediately soared, and he directly fled into the distance. However, no matter how fast he was, the Dark North Sword was even faster. Puff! The flying sword followed him like a shadow, fell directly on his body, and pierced through it. The second demonic cultivator at the Divine Realm had fallen. At the same time as the intrinsic flying sword shot out, Bai Ziyue did not hesitate. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. Divine sense, shrinking distance. Swish! In an instant, he crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and arrived in front of Daoist Black Demon. You're courting death. Daoist Black Demon was stunned at first, and then he flew into a rage. Since when did a weak cultivator at the early stage of the Divine Realm dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Did he think that he was so arrogant after killing Daoist Xie Yun, a 3-star Divine Realm expert, with a single sword strike? He was a cultivator at the late stage of the Divine Realm, and his battle strength was comparable to a 7-star Divine Realm expert at the peak of the Divine Realm. How could Daoist Xie Yun compare with him? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a mass of black demon chi rushed out of his body. This mass of black demon chi seemed to be able to corrode and poison everything. As soon as it appeared, it caused a terrifying sizzling sound. When it was exposed to the air, it caused the void to constantly distort and collapse. It seemed that even the air could not withstand the invasion of this black demon chi. Any living thing that was contaminated by it would inevitably cause discomfort and would die immediately. In this regard, Ziyue's face was very calm, and even his eyes did not change at all. He just waved his hand. Whoosh! A mass of 5-colored flame instantly evolved into a huge flame furnace. Not only did the furnace completely envelop the Black Fiend Chi, but it also enveloped Daoist Black Fiend. Boom! The 5-colored flame, which was comparable to the gold core true fire, almost annihilated the black demon chi in an instant. The 5-colored flame swept over again. Sizzle, no! A miserable shriek was heard. No matter how hard Daoist Black Demon Chi tried, he could not resist the attack of the flame at all. His whole body, except for the storage bag that Ziyue deliberately kept at his waist, was burned and disappeared into the void. Rumble. At this moment, because he had lost the control of his master, Golden Court esteemed being finally rushed out of the long sail. Although his aura was a little weak, he did not lose his battle strength. Then, at a glance, he saw Ziyue pick up the storage bag that belonged to Taoist Black Demon Qi. His eyes froze, and he was extremely shocked. How could it be? The person who killed Taoist Black Demon and saved him was Kunlun Taoist? Then he thought of what Kunlun Taoist had said, that he had the ability to protect himself. He was in a daze. It turned out that he had underestimated Kunlun Taoist. With such strength, how could Kunlun Taoist only have the ability to protect himself? In the divine realm, there should not be many people who were stronger than him, right? However, every time he thought that Kunlun Taoist's celestial spell realm was only at the early stage of the divine realm, he felt that it was ridiculous. Since when was an early divine realm cultivator able to unleash such a terrifying battle prowess? He could directly kill a 7-star divine realm expert who was at the peak of the divine realm. Picking up the storage bag, Ziyue did not hesitate. He lifted his feet and rushed to the other side of the battlefield in a flash. The North Sea flying sword was drawn out, and he quickly shot toward an early-stage divine realm demon Qi cultivator. This demon Qi cultivator was the one who was about to launch a sneak attack on him. Golden Court-esteemed being was also stunned in an instant. He quickly rushed in the direction of Venerable Wind Zither, who was in imminent danger, and attacked crazily. The balance of victory and defeat was reversed in the blink of an eye. Old Demon Horcrux and the poison-faced scholar besieged Taoist Richwater. Even though they had the upper hand, it was extremely strenuous. Sensing the surrounding situation, his heart skipped a beat, and his face instantly became extremely cold. He did not expect that the ambush that he had the upper hand in the battle would turn out like this in the end. The root cause of all this was actually the alchemist that they had never taken seriously. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew that if this continued, the other disciples of the Qingshu sect would be able to free up their hands, and their situation would become even more dangerous. Retreat! Old Demon Horcrux roared. His body flashed, and he instantly shot out into the distance. Green light flashed in the poison-faced scholar's eyes, and he also roared angrily. He casually shot out a cloud of poisonous miasma and turned into a flash of light to escape quickly. The demon Qi cultivators, as if they had been pardoned, used all kinds of methods to escape crazily at this moment. Kill! 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 Don't let them escape. The disciples of the Qingshu sect roared angrily, and they quickly chased after them, unwilling to let them escape easily. However, under the cover of the opponent's array, they did not dare to be too rash. In addition, Taoist Richwater shouted at them to stop, and they gradually retreated. The yellow fog, true demon array, soon dispersed, and the world became clear again. The warships set off again. However, this time, the atmosphere was much gloomier than before. This battle could be considered a great victory. After all, there were 5 Divinity Realm Demon Qi cultivators who had died, including Taoist Black Demon and Taoist Xieyun, who were both star-level experts. Especially Taoist Black Demon, who was a 7-star deity realm expert, was absolutely powerful. In addition, there were also many Enlightening Realm Demon Qi cultivators who had died, as many as 23. Almost all of the Enlightening Realm Demon Qi cultivators had been killed. However, the Qingshu sect had also suffered a great loss. Taoist Guishan had died, Taoist Yellow Moon had been seriously injured, and 8 Enlightening Realm Immortal Masters had died in the hands of the Demon Qi cultivators. In addition, the others had more or less been injured to a certain extent. Naturally, the scene was somewhat silent. However, after a brief analysis of the battle, everyone's surprised eyes involuntarily turned to Ziyue. In this battle, the biggest contribution was naturally Taoist Richwater, who had blocked Old Demon Black Duck and the Poison-Faced Scholar, 2 8 and 9-star deity realm experts, by himself. However, the real key to victory was still Ziyue. In particular, when they learned that there were 4 Divinity Realm Demon Qi cultivators who had died in his hands, even Taoist Richwater was shocked. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist of Kunlun. This time, if you hadn't taken action one after the other, the result would have been uncertain. Taoist Richwater cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. If it hadn't been for you, with my strength, even if I could have broken free from Taoist Black Demon, the price I had to pay was not something I was willing to bear. This time, it was really dangerous. Now that I think about it, my previous actions were somewhat like showing off in front of an expert." Golden Court Esteemed being also cupped his hands and said with a slight bitterness, "You're too polite." When Ziyue saw that the others were about to bow to express their gratitude, he quickly waved his hand and said with a humble face, "I'm also a member of the Blood Mountain Battleship, and I'm about to join the Qingshu sect. Therefore, I'm also a disciple of the Qingshu sect. In a situation where it was dangerous and it was within my ability, I would naturally take action. However, I didn't expect such a result. When he had just joined the Qingshu sect, he did not want to be so high profile. However, his strength did not allow him to do so. Chapter 467. However, his words left a good impression on the others. They felt a sense of closeness and approval. Is your strength really only at the early stage of the divine realm? I know it's a little presumptuous to ask this. If you have any concerns, you can choose not to answer. I'm just curious and shocked. Golden Court Esteemed being could not help but look at Ziyue cautiously and ask. Previously, he had thought that Qin Haodong was only a third-grade alchemist with excellent alchemy skills. However, his celestial magic realm was low, so his strength should not be too strong. Therefore, when Taoist Master Richwater asked him to protect him, he was duty-bound. He even threw his own self-defense golden bell to him. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into a disadvantageous position so quickly. However, in this battle, Ziyue's combat strength really amazed him. He could not help but feel a trace of awe in his heart. Reverend Richwater, Reverend Wind Zither, and the others also looked at Ziyue curiously. His strength had indeed shocked them greatly. My celestial magic realm is indeed at the early stage of the divine realm. Ziyue pondered in his heart. He knew that if he did not say anything, it would make people more suspicious. Therefore, he continued to say, "However, I have a rare, primordial flame divine ability that can accommodate all the flames in the world. Now, I have cultivated it to the phenomenal level. The phenomenal level primordial flame divine ability is not weak, and it can naturally restrain demon cultivators. However, if it is only used with the divine thought of the early stage of the divine realm, it can at most burst out the power of a 6-star divine realm." Reverend Richwater could not help but say. A 6-star divine realm was not weak. It was equivalent to the first class of the late stage of the divine realm. However, Reverend Black Demon was a 7-star divine realm expert, which was equivalent to the third class of the divine realm. As for Ziyue's primordial flame divine ability and his ability to cultivate it to the phenomenal level, he did not doubt it at all. The deity realm was a very mysterious realm. Under the deity realm, cultivators would understand their own talents. For Ziyue to be able to become a third-grade alchemist, he had already proven his talent in controlling fire and alchemy. Therefore, it was very normal for him to be able to cultivate the true fire divine ability and reach the Deshang realm. That is indeed the case. However, the worldly flames that appeared in the Qingshu auction this time are in my hands. Moreover, I've already refined it and integrated it into my true fire divine ability. Bai Ziyue nodded and said calmly, "That's right. You bought the 1,000-year Ice Heart Flame?" Venerable Wind Zither's body trembled and his face lit up. He quickly said, "The 1,000-year Icy Heart Fire is extremely powerful among the heaven and earth fires. Once it is refined, under the amplification of the fire origin power, any primordial fire Abijna can be upgraded by a grade. This was also the reason why Taoist Master Danjun was so eager to bid for it. Who would have thought that it would be bought by a master? But that was the case. It made sense. Even if it was just a beginner deity realm cultivator who used the true fire divine ability at the perfection level, its power would be comparable to a full blow of a 9-star deity realm expert. Black Demon Immortal was only a 7-star deity realm expert. Naturally, he couldn't resist it and would be burned alive. The others also nodded and accepted this explanation. Ziyue had already mastered the Deshang realm true fire divine ability. After refining the worldly flames, the power of the true fire divine ability soared and was comparable to the perfection level true fire divine ability. Even if the power of the true fire divine ability could not reach the level of a 9-star deity realm expert, it was not much weaker. Black Demon Immortal was careless and was hit by the true fire divine ability. Under the cover of the true fire divine ability, it was difficult for him to escape death. Because of this, everyone, including Taoist Richwater, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least, he was not too abnormal, nor was he really extraordinary in strength or talent. Ziyue also felt relieved. In the Qingshu sect, where there were many experts, he did not want to be in the limelight. Speaking of which, during the auction, Fengqin would like to thank Grandmaster Danjun for not being afraid of threats and continuing to bid for the item. Otherwise, if Immortal Danjun were to cause a ruckus, the effect on the auction would be even worse. Then, Venerable Wind Zither spoke again. I just don't want to give up this opportunity, Ziyue said in a flat tone. Haha, but this is also a good thing. I didn't expect that the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire would end up in our Qingshu sect. However, please keep the fact that the true fire fell on fellow cultivator Kunlun a secret. Once Taoist Master Danjun knows about it, there'll be trouble. Taoist Master Richwater laughed out loud. Then, his face turned solemn. He swept his dignified eyes over everyone. Don't worry, we won't spread the news. This time, if it wasn't for Master Kunlun, we don't even know if we could survive. If anyone dares to spread the news, I won't spare him. Everyone spoke again and again, making promises. Thank you for your understanding, fellow cultivators. Ziyue also spoke at the right time with a calm attitude. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. Almost without much trouble, they smoothly came to a mountain range that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Bai Ziyue looked up and saw that the surroundings were surrounded by clouds and mist. From time to time, there would be red-crowned cranes and strange birds flying past. Between the undulating hills and mist, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Even a light, rain, seemed to carry a spiritual aura. What greeted him was the sound of birds singing and the fragrance of flowers. What a wonderful scene. Between the mountains, there were human cities. The big ones were at least 50 miles in radius, and the small ones were 20 miles in radius. Along the way, there were no less than 10 cities. Ziyue could not help but be surprised. To be able to support so many cities in such a densely populated place, one could imagine how rich the resources and fertile the land here was. Moreover, this was what he had seen and heard while he was on the Blood Mountain battleship. If he counted the number of cities, there would be even more. This is Mount Yunluo, which is 800 miles long. It's all under the jurisdiction of the Qingshu sect. There are a total of 49 cities around it, which have become 49 formation bases, forming a huge heaven-sealing spirit-locking formation and 49 great offensive sword formation. Plus, they are at the edge of the spiritual vein of the main peak of our Qingshu sect, with rich spiritual qi and abundant resources, enough to support many humans and practitioners. Most of the disciples of the Qingshu sect will be recruited from these 49 cities, which are the real foundation of our Qingshu sect. Speaking of which, I was born in a human city below called Great Salt City, and now I haven't gone back for almost 100 years. Immortal Taomyui looked down along Ziyue's gaze and said with a strange tone. Ziyue nodded. He had long known that the cloud-piercing mountain range, and even the entire firmament territory, was not dominated by a country. All the human cities were controlled by immortal cultivation sects. It was very normal to use the human cities as formation bases to set up a formation defense. It was also because of this that human cities were built in the spiritual vein. However, as he looked at the human cities that were spread out over an area of 800 miles in all directions. He thought about how shocking it would be if the formation rose up in such a vast area. A city in the Blood Mountain City, with a golden core realm immortal guarding it, could defend against the attack of an ordinary primordial spirit realm expert. Wouldn't such a place be even more secure? Soon, deep in the Inluo mountain, a towering mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. On the vast mountain, endless spiritual chi overflowed, and divine light fell from heaven and earth, illuminating the whole mountain, as if it was illuminated by auspicious light. It was ethereal and had a natural air of nobility. Ziyue was slightly shocked. The spiritual chi was really the richest he had ever seen. It was many times better than the grade 4 spiritual vein of the Golden Core realm he had seen in the innumerable huge mountains. Even the spiritual chi was still leaking out. He felt a rare sense of extravagance in his heart. It was no wonder that so many cultivators yearned to cultivate in a large sect. The environment of such a place was far better than that of a small sect. Not to mention, under the cover of abundant spiritual chi, the chances of various resources being produced were also greatly increased. Naturally, it could support more and stronger immortal cultivation cultivators. This was the prerequisite for an immortal cultivation sect to prosper. The chances of producing strong cultivators were much higher than in the outside world. We've arrived at the Qing Su sect. At this moment, Venerable Master Golden Court said excitedly, "What you see now is the Qing Su sect's mountain gate. There are a total of 4 grade 5 spiritual veins in the cloud-piercing mountain range, which are occupied by the Qing Su sect, the Tai E Celestial sect, the Sound of Thunder sect, and the Great Buddha sect. Even though this Mount Qingshu spiritual vein occupied by my Qingshu school isn't of the highest grade among the spiritual veins, because my school's founder has a wide network of friends, he once knew a grade 5 formation grandmaster. That was why they asked that formation grandmaster to spend 30 years to not only set up the great heaven-sealing spirit locking array and the 49 great slaughtering sword array, but also set up a great starlight spirit gathering array, a great starlight defensive array, and a great starlight annihilation array on the spirit vein of Mount Qingshu, where the school was located. When the 3 formations were combined into one, not only did they possess an extremely powerful defensive ability, but they also had the ability to destroy enemies and gather spiritual energy. In particular, the Starlight Spirit Gathering Array could even draw in the essence of the sun and moon and the radiance of the stars from above the 9 heavens, transforming them into spiritual chi of heaven and earth that could be used for cultivation and the growth of all living things. 3,000 years of continuous operation. Not only have my school's spiritual veins not gradually deteriorated, on the contrary, because of the unceasing nourishment of the stellar radiance's spiritual energy, the grade of Mount Qingshu's spiritual veins has gradually increased. Now they're already at the peak of the early stage of the 5th grade and can evolve into the middle stage of the 5th grade at any time. At that time, when the spiritual vein evolves, a great opportunity will descend. Not only will the spiritual vein of Mount Qingshu rise to the top of the 4 grade 5 spiritual veins in the cloud-piercing mountain range, but it will also loosen the bottlenecks of many of my Qingshu sect's disciples and greatly increase their strength. Perhaps even a primordial spirit stage expert will be born." Venerable Fu Shui said proudly. Chapter 468. The faces of the others were filled with pride. Obviously, everyone was looking forward to the arrival of this day. Ziyue was also shocked. He was now considered an advanced grade, 1 array master after he had perfected his Chimen Duanjia. Naturally, he knew that the Spirit Gathering Array was a formation that gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a certain range. However, the Spirit Gathering Array, he knew, was far from the Spirit Gathering Array of Starlight. One was to plunder the formation of other places, while the other was to receive the essence of the sun, moon, and stars above the ninth heaven and absorb the endless power of outer space. Not only would it not consume the local spiritual energy, but it would also nourish the spiritual land. Over the years, not only would it increase the probability of various treasures being born in the spiritual land, but it would also increase the grade of the spiritual land, allowing it to be upgraded. Thus, it would trigger a great opportunity, and with the help of the general trend of heaven and earth, it would enhance the strength and foundation of a sect. This is the real spirit-gathering array. Compared to it, the other spirit-gathering arrays are much worse in terms of structure. However, only a grade 5 array master or above can set up such a formation that can connect to outer space. It is a high-level formation like the teleportation array. Even a grade 3 or grade 4 array master would find it difficult to understand the principle. ZUS sighed, knowing the difficulty of it. Send out a voice-transmitting talisman. Just then, Taoist Richwater whispered, "Understood. Golden Court esteemed," being responded. With a flip of his hand, a voice-transmitting talisman immediately shot out and turned into a spiritual bird, rushing directly into the vast, illusory peak. After a while, the void was vast and mighty, and a thin crack seemed to appear between heaven and earth. The Blood Mountain warship turned into a rainbow light and rushed out of the crack. This is a grade 5 spiritual vein. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too abundant. Ziyue took a deep breath. Even without the follow-up cultivation method, he could faintly feel that the power of his divine thought had grown slightly stronger. Then he saw that on the giant peak, there were spiritual fields that had been opened up, circles of spiritual beasts, rows of magnificent halls, and a land of fog that was shrouded in a large formation. Soon, the Blood Mountain warship stopped at the mountainside of the giant peak, and then slowly landed on an extremely spacious platform. From afar, a group of cultivators rushed straight over. However, they were led by two indifferent cultivators who seemed to be one with heaven and earth, rising and falling with the rise and fall of the sun and moon. Among the two cultivators, one was a middle-aged Taoist priest, and the other was a young man. However, when the disciples saw the two of them, they all bowed respectfully. Disciple Jin Fushui greets Sect Master and Home Master Ji Wu. Disciples Jin Ting and Feng Qin greet Sect Master and Home Master Ji Wu. Perfected Fu Shui, Golden Court esteemed Feng Qin, and the others hurriedly jumped down from the warship and bowed respectfully. Bai Ziyue was shocked. He knew these two people. The middle-aged Taoist was the sect master of the Qing Su sect, Feixian Run, and the young-looking cultivator was the hall master of the Internal Affairs Hall, immortal successor. Both of them were powerful experts above the middle and late stage of the Gold Core realm. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Superior Grade 3 Elixir Refinement Master Kunlun Taoist greets Sect Master Ren and Hall Master Ji Wu. Get up, I already know what happened to your group. Everyone has credit for being able to protect the warship. Later, there will be people who will calculate it, and the Internal Affairs Hall will record the merits. With the merits, you can redeem your rewards. As for the disciples who died, they will be given double the merits, and their descendants will have the good fortune." Ren Feixian nodded slightly and said. Then her bright gaze landed on Bai Ziyue. She continued, "A few days ago, I heard junior brother Ling Coffin mention the name of Kuan Luan. Now that I have the fortune to meet you, I am very happy. Here, I solemnly welcome you to join my Clear Void sect, and your identity will be in the Pill Treasure Hall. How about it?" "Thank you, Sect Master." Bai Ziyue's face revealed a hint of excitement at the right time as he spoke. He knew clearly that he was about to enter the Pill Treasure Hall because he had shown his strength as an Elixir Refinement Master. If he showed his strength as an Elixir Refinement Master, he might enter the Weapon Combination Hall. However, compared to his strength as an inferior grade 3 Weapon Refinement Master, a superior grade 3 Elixir Refinement Master would naturally enjoy greater treatment and advantages. Originally, with your identity, it would be more appropriate for Senior Brother Danshun, the Pill Treasure Hall Master, to receive you personally. However, senior brother Dan Shun happened to be in seclusion to refine elixirs and will not come out for some time. Therefore, I specially invited Elder Dongfang Ming of the Pill Treasure Hall to come over. Next, Elder Dongfang will bring you around to familiarize yourself with the environment of the sect. Elder Dongfang will also discuss various matters regarding alchemy with you. By the way, your identity will be the same as Elder Dongfang's. You will be an elder. For the time being, you will be treated the same as him. Ren Feixian pointed to an old man with a white beard behind him and said, Dongfang Ming greets Elder Kunlun. Dongfang Ming said in a kind tone, Greetings, Elder Dongfang. Ziyue also nodded. He was also surprised. He had thought that he would be officially a member of the Clear Void sect after a series of investigations. He did not expect that his matter would directly attract the sect master's attention and save him the trouble. However, it could be seen that the Clear Void sect had a shortage of elixir refinement masters, especially those above grade 3. Of course, it was normal for him to be an elder based on his elixir refinement skills. This is your identity token. You can use a trace of your essence blood and write your name on it. Then, you can communicate with the spirit sensing array of the Clear Void sect. Next, you have to rely on this identity token to take on tasks, receive merits, or walk around the sect. At this moment, Temple Master Jiwu took a step forward and took out a purple token. He said with a smile, A purple token. Immortal Fu Shui's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock. Golden Court Master, Immortal Wind Zither, and even Dongfang Ming could not help but be moved. Ziyue was also surprised. When he came here, he naturally inquired about the identity token system of the Qingshu sect. He knew that it was divided into the gray token for handyman disciples, the white token for ordinary disciples, the silver token for elite disciples, the gold token for successor disciples, and consecrated elders. Above that was the special identity token, or the purple token for hall masters and peak masters, and the colorful token for suzerain. Therefore, among the disciples, the purple token was also called the Temple Master's token or Peak Master's token. Most of the holders were in the Gold Core realm. At this moment, Ziyue also had one. Thank you, Sect Master Jiwu. Ziyue immediately said gratefully. Then, without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and a small crack appeared on his fingertip. The moment he forced out a drop of essence blood, the wound had already closed. Then he slightly touched the purple token and let the essence blood fall on it. A line of words immediately condensed on it. It was his real name. This was what he should do. He had nothing to hide except that he had some scruples about the Celestial Spirits sect. Although this place and the Celestial Spirits sect belonged to the Firmament territory, it was very far away from the Celestial Spirits sect. For the time being, he did not need to worry too much. He thought that a cultivator in a small place like the ancient Barren Domain would not cause a big sect like the Celestial Spirits sect to go to war. When the words appeared, the purple token suddenly flashed and formed a connection with Ziyue, as if he was refining a magic treasure. Then, the words that appeared on it were gradually absorbed by the token, and they disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that the surrounding people seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and all of them revealed smiles. Bai Ziyue also knew that the identity medallion was used to verify his identity. It could verify whether he had evil intentions and whether he cultivated the demonic cultivation method. He was not a demonic cultivator and had no intention of harming the Clear Void sect. Naturally, he was calm and did not care too much. Our Qingshu sect is one of the 4 sects of the Cloud-Piercing sect. We have a lot of products and abundant resources. We don't have all kinds of spiritual materials and spiritual herbs, but as long as you need them, there will naturally be disciples in the sect and subordinate forces helping you gather them. Generally speaking, 3rd-grade spiritual materials can be gathered within a month. Even if we don't have them, the Field Hall or Luoying Hall can go further to collect them. In addition, in our Pill Treasure Hall, you don't need to worry about not having enough spiritual pills to refine. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the Clear Void sect and nearly 100,000 outer and inner disciples stationed outside the Clear Void sect. They all need spiritual pills, not to mention the spiritual pills that are rewarded to the Zyuxianus and rogue Zyuxianus who have made great contributions. Therefore, almost every year, the Pill Treasure Hall needs to refine millions of spiritual pills. Walking on Mount Qingshu's spiritual land, Dongfang Ming took Ziyue around and said a few words from time to time. Ziyue nodded. A big sect was naturally completely different from a small one. The consumption of spiritual pills was very terrifying. The amount of resources spent was enough to easily crush a small sect. Then, Ziyue followed Dongfang Ming around and listened to him talk about the affairs of the Clear Void sect and the legendary experiences of some Golden Core seniors. He did not feel bored. He also gained a lot of information about the Qingshu sect. He also understood the current situation of the Pill Treasure Hall and the scarcity of alchemists. There were actually many alchemists in the Pill Treasure Hall of the Clear Void sect. But in the Pill Treasure Hall, apart from the Hall Master, True Lord Danshun, who was an early 4th grade alchemist, there were very few 3rd grade alchemists. That was also why True Lord Danshun, who was only a middle grade 3rd grade alchemist, was chosen as the next Hall Master. Because apart from him, there were only 2 other alchemists who had reached the 3rd grade level. Moreover, they were both early grade 3rd grade alchemists. Their alchemy skills were far inferior to his. One of them was Dongfang Ming, and the other was Tian Yin, known as True Lord Guohua. Ziyue's participation in the Pill Treasure Hall filled a certain gap. Finally, the Pill Treasure Hall did not look like it was going to weaken at any time. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.